X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who spit facts online all the time. Can you see it? All the ones who drag my name every single day. Can you see it? Can you see it? Can you see it? They keep saying you don't have what it takes to carve out your own name underneath the shadows of gods. And I keep waiting for the day disbelievers say I flew way too close to the sun. I wait, but it never really comes. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all that shackled minds. Why do they just stand there against when they fall from the battles I have overcome? You feel it, feel the cope and the seething tone that they make while I stand up, man among gods. And I keep thinking with my mill, shooting ropes in my cold that faces towards the sun. They hate, but I'm sitting comfy with their mom. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all that shackled mind. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all that shackled minds. It's you and me, your mom, it's me. I'll take another hit from my name. You see now, watch me right now, punch your face down. Show you how.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome back to my stream. It's so good to see all of you. Welcome, welcome. Hey there, Delancer, Senko Toast, Poidrester, Midnight Kitty Boy, good to see you. Orther's Dork, what's up? Versus, welcome. Nessingwary, good to see you. Cran Collector, what's up? So many of you guys here already. 130 people already watching the stream before I even went live. God damn, you guys are some of the most committed viewers I've ever seen. I really appreciate it. Hey, Pillow. Hey everybody, welcome, welcome. I'm so sorry I had to end stream early yesterday. I completely ran out of vapes, and listen, if it was just running out of weed, no big deal, I'll get some tomorrow. But nicotine, well, if you're addicted to nicotine, you need that just to function. So I figured I'd just wrap up stream and go to the store. Hey, Cleaver120. It's so good to see all of you here. Welcome, welcome. All my regulars are here. Void sexual lighting. Yeah. Yeah, if I don't have nicotine, I get cranky, you know? I gotta get some of my shit. Had to get my vapes. You know, the nice thing, though, is that, my local vape store owner is pretty friendly and likes me. and gives me a big discount on, like, quite a lot of vapes. Like, I get a whole box at quite the discount. They probably don't lose out on much, though, because I go there often. What's the deal with the lighting, Zan? It looks awesome. This is called an Aurora projector. These sell for about 35 bucks on Amazon. Really not that expensive. I have 2 of them right now. One's on one side of the room and the other's on the other side. So they're kind of overlapping patterns on top of each other to get the full effect of what I have now going on. But this is what it looks like just to have 2 going. They also have a little, like, star dot feature, but I can turn them off. So this is it just with only the Aurora. I feel like it looks more like the bottom of the ocean when I do just the Aurora. But I kind of prefer the stars being there. It adds to the void vibe, you know? It's really pretty. I'm glad you guys think so. Yeah, under the sea. We are under the sea right now. You know, guys, speaking of color and things that are beautiful because you can perceive colors, I had an interesting convo with my friend today. Me and my friend were playing some FF14, but we were talking about WoW, and I was talking about how the color palette of WoW, I much prefer it to FF14's color palette, despite, you know, I love FF14, but, you know, I was just making a point of comparison. And, I asked, because, like, I knew my friend Ethan is colorblind, he has protanopia. I was like, how do you see these really pretty WoW zones? So I sent a photo of Ardenweald from Shadowlands and a picture of the Emerald Dream from the most recent patch of WoW, and Ethan put it through a filter he has that lets people see roughly what he sees with protanopia, and it is fucked, dude. It is actually fucked. It made me angry. I have an example here I can show you guys. But then I was also thinking really fast before we get into segments, we could watch one of those videos that, like, it's like a video of someone walking through a park or something, but it has a filter on it to show you what colorblind people see. Check this out, chat. So, this is what we see. Okay? This is what I see. This is what most people see. If you're not colorblind, you see this. Ethan, on the other hand, according to the filter thing he uses to let people see what he sees, Ethan sees this. Like, dog. Like, dog, you can't even enjoy it. It's cool in a different way, sure, but also, like, you can't even enjoy it for, like, the artistic design of any environment in a game is literally impossible to be, portrayed. People say it's ableist to say that we should try to find a solution or a cure for colorblindness. I know it's a very complicated thing. For some people, it's due to, like, damaged or completely missing cones, I think. It's either rods or cones. I can't remember which one. I think it's cones. Or it's, like, an issue having to do with the brain's ability to process color. It's like the eyes can take in color light. They can process that, but it doesn't, like... It doesn't make it from there to the brain, and then the brain doesn't interpret it into your ability to see color. Is the dinosaur green or brown? I mean, it would appear as, like, sort of a whitish gray, you know? Anyway, really quick. Whoa, come on. Why are there no good videos? What the fuck? Bruh. Huh. There are not a lot of good videos that are just like, here's video with a filter. Oh, here's one. Okay, so my friend Ethan has a protanopia with a tritanomaly. Now, that's a very complicated thing to say, but basically, it means he's got this form of color blindness with a little bit of this on top of it. So you can't even see the little bit of green you get here. The only thing that really gets left alone is blue. Blue's really the only thing that gets left alone by my friend's color blindness. So I guess a mix of these. This one's like the closest to what he's got. But he's got protanopia with a fucking... I forget. It's fancy goddamn medical words. Tetranomical fucking lomoly or whatever. Tetranomaly. But yeah. Really wild how distinctly different the saturation there is. It's like living your life on extremely low saturation. How do we allow this? How are we okay with that? We need to give everybody a saturation slider. Pepper T21, thank you for the 5 tier 1 gifted subs. I really appreciate it. That's so based and pog and kind of you. Thank you for the $25 Renos. Gifted to Little Tom, Insert Creative User, Jill S, Papaya Pop Rocks, and Sticks No Badger. I appreciate it, and I hope they do too. Thank you. Says, bought a $3,000 PC for YouTube. Who should I listen to for algorithm advice? vidIQ? Should I have separate channels for gaming versus prepped versus shorts? Yeah, listen to vidIQ. Get the add-on for vidIQ. If you've got the money, pay for the premium version. Frankly, it's well worth it. vidIQ's videos are really good. I highly recommend checking out Harris Heller. He now goes by like Senpai Studios or something. I forget. He used to go by Alpha Gaming. If you search that, he'll come up. He does like streamer, mostly hardware and software content, like stuff made for content creator. It's content for content creators. So he's keeping content creators caught up on any interesting add-ons, plugins, hardware, adapters, microphones, anything like that, you know? So yeah. Oh, it's Senpai Gaming now? Okay. Yeah, love Harris Heller. A lot of his advice is what I learned from to get to where I am today. Of course, I learned from a lot of other people too, but pretty big influence. Hold on to them, Slashy. I'm waiting for you to address the heterosexual allegations. They're true. They're true. Wait, hold on, guys. Wait, before... I hope the Attack on Titan music in this doesn't get me copyrighted or something. It will get me copyright claim, but it's too fucking good. Destiny actually tweeted a rare banger today. He definitely didn't make this video. This is definitely from one of his fans, and he tweeted it out. But, like, this goes hard as fuck. Destiny tweeted out this clip of Hassan and captioned it, "Last Hassan clip, I swear, goddamn, he's such a lol cow. I can't help it." And this is gold. This is actually gold. Just watch.
If I make a prediction or a speculation, it can sometimes be wrong. IDF didn't bomb the hospital? Yes, it did. Yes, it fucking did. You fucking piece of shit. Yes, it absolutely did. Fuck you. Fuck you. Genocidal scumbag. You have no fucking dignity. You do not have an ounce of dignity inside of your soul. You fucking piece of shit. You garbage, monstrous scumbag. You garbage, monstrous scumbag. Why did you fucking lie? How can you live with yourself, you genocidal piece of shit?
It goes so hard. I'm sorry. It just does. It just goes so hard. Oh, that's so good. Dude. Whoever made that was cooking. Someone cooked here, dude. Yeah, Hassan is a dishonest, slippery little piece of shit. I pray on his downfall. I pray on his downfall daily. I'm a certified Hassan hater. I should put it in my bio. I should actually make it part of my channel description. Certified Hassan Piker hater. If Hassan has a million haters, I am his biggest hater. If Hassan has one hater, that's me. What's his net worth? 20 trillion. He's actually the richest person in the world. He could end world hunger 20 times over and he chooses not to. I'm unironically developing a Xanderhal laugh. I wish everybody, including me, laughed like Joe Rogan. Like, we all went... Like, could you imagine if that's how everybody laughed? Like, we all had, like, exactly Joe Rogan's laugh? Like, if somebody told a funny joke in a comedy club, you just hear... Or not Joe Rogan, Seth Rogen. Sorry, listen. You guys, listen, alright? You know. I'm bad with celebrities, okay? Just imagine, like, a million Seth Rogens in, like, a comedy club all laughing at once. Just a haze, an audio haze of... Yeah, Joe Rogan's the gorilla guy, I know. I misspoke. I'm stoned, okay? I'm gonna get more high. Test me, and I'll get more stoned. Just to spite all of you. Actually, I'm gonna do it anyway. This is not to spite you all, though. But I am gonna get more stoned. Has Hassan ever done weed on stream? No, because he's lame and dumb. All right. Everyone, my amazing little pog champs. If you're watching right now, please consider dropping a like on the stream. It doesn't require any form of financial contribution, though those are also very much appreciated. And it's completely free and just takes half a second. Just drop a thumbs up over on my stream on YouTube. It really helps out a lot. I really mean it. Seriously. To all of you who go out of your way to do that, it means a lot to me. Really, really does.
One of Illuminati.
Whoa. No spoilers. No, YouTube. Why you spoil? Why you spoil? Why you spoil? Alright, everyone. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Alright, everybody, so I got sent this video by my editor, who told me that there was a recent interview with someone that both me and my editor know, because, like, multiple of Illuminati's ex-employees slash friends that she abused. I know them, as does Cherry. And apparently they, one of them appeared in a recent exclusive interview about 3 days ago on this channel, Vangelina Scov? I've never watched her channel before. She seems pretty cool. I've never heard of her. And I've not seen this interview, I've not watched it at all, but I've been told that I should check it out because I did do a fair amount of coverage of the Illuminati thing. And for those of you guys who wonder why I find it relevant, the main reason, well, All right, there's bias. You know, I happen to respect and like the people who are kind of fucked over and victimized by this entire situation and by the horrible, horrible bitch that is Illuminati. But sort of on a less subjective, more objective level, I do genuinely believe that when a woman who is an open abuser is exposed, and there are very few, if any, left-wing voices out there talking about the fact that women can be abusers, and it's a real thing, and it's not just this thing exclusive to women, it opens up a lot of room for alt-righters and, you know, just your general grift tube right-wingers to come in and claim that the left does not believe this sort of thing happens, but look, it's happening. Right? I don't like when stuff like this goes down, even if there's not really any obvious left-wing bent to the situation, when people on the left kind of just ignore it, especially content creators and commentators, because then you're just basically giving that entire story complete free reign to the right. I don't like that. I'm not a big fan. Not that I think Vangelina Scove is like a right-wing or anything. I'm just talking about the broad topic of Illuminati. And so that's why I like talking about this. Also, I will admit, what she did to some of her victims, for lack of a better term, I don't like using that phrase to describe them, but, you know, I guess it's technically accurate. Somewhat similar to what I went through. Not exactly the same, but, you know, kind of vaguely reminiscent, so I suppose I can feel an extra level of personal empathy on that level as well. I know exactly, like, the kind of person Illuminati is to have done the horrific shit she did. Now, for those that don't know, there's been further developments since last time I covered this. Apparently, Illuminati has actually proceeded with legal action, so things are getting a little weird, a little spicy, a little scary. Let's get caught up. Let's hear this interview. I'm excited to find out what's going on.
One of Illuminati's employees has spoken out about her, and they have given us some big insights into how she was behaving behind the scenes, as well as some insights into how she runs the Illuminati channel, and a lot of other things that some of which I personally found really shocking. Previously, we've heard from other people in the social media space.
Remember, guys, this video will be down below in the description of the video and pinned comments, so definitely go click on it to go watch the full thing. We're not going to be watching this full video on stream. I don't like watching full videos that I agree with on stream unless I'm, like, responding to them, like, bit by bit by bit by bit, like, as a takedown, or, like, it's about me or something. But yeah, watch the full video via the link in the description.
About Illuminati. We briefly heard from Legal Eagle, another YouTuber who spoke out when Blair falsely accused him of stealing her editing style. We also heard from former members of Sad Milk, people like Wonderstruck, The Click, Oz Media.
I feel like such irreparable damage to the ability to discuss this within certain spheres was done by this entire thing getting brought to the surface by the Legal Eagle drama. It was such a nothing burger overall. Like, don't get me wrong, she was awful, she was rude, she was, you know, trying to levy some relatively within the online space serious allegations of like content theft and plagiarism. But when talking about something that is as serious as what ended up happening later, it's unfortunate that you have to start the story, you have to start the lore with such a relatively mild thing. Like, okay, so basically she did this and that and then got exposed for that and then she admitted to that and then you get to the actual thing that everyone's concerned about, which is her abusory behavior.
And one topic at a time. These are all creators in the YouTube space who have opened up about their negative experiences with Blair. And we even got a video from Cruel World Happy Mind who talked about the terrible experience that she had with Illuminati, as well as hearing to a smaller degree from different creators as well. I have covered every single one of these things. There's a playlist linked in the description for you if you need to catch up or if you need a reminder, check that out. This, however, is the first time that an employee of the Illuminati channel who is not Wonderstruck or Oz Media or somebody involved in Sad Milk has spoken out about her. And I am here today to provide you with an exclusive interview with this employee. Now, for very obvious reasons, this employee has requested to remain anonymous. So for the purposes of this video, we are going to be...
Okay, well, alright. If based on voice or inflection or something, I'm able to identify who this is, which I might, I'm not going to say. Because it's very obvious that I absolutely should not say if I'm able to tell who it is. So I'm going to keep it to myself. I won't even say if I'm able to recognize them, because that could be a giveaway.
Referring to them as Sam throughout. Now, Sam had quite a bit to say about what it's like working for Illuminati, as well as the way that she reacted to things while all of the controversy was going on. But let's start and get the good things out of the way first. Because of course
Are women specifically named Blair just ontologically evil? Yes. Hi, Heavy Griddle. I'm going to ask you all. Have you ever met a good person named Lauren or Blair? It's not a thing. They don't exist. Lauren and Blair are names of evil. They are cursed. Lauren, yes. Blair, no. Who? I can think of no one. I can think of no good Laurens. I've never met a good Lauren. I know a trans woman named Lauren. She's transphobic. You just don't know about it yet. Also Heathers. Heathers are also bad. Yeah, that sounds like a bitch name. That definitely does sound like a bitch name for sure. I can see that. Yeah. I only know every Lauren I've ever... Well, actually, no. Yeah, no. I've met one Lauren IRL, and from what I know, also falls into this category. It's just a very cursed name. It doesn't count when it's the last name. We're talking about first names here, okay? Heather is either a Giga trans name or a Giga turf name. What is up with trans women that... I don't want to get too off topic here, but I am going to just throw this out here. What is up with trans women that choose, like, ridiculously, like, boomer grandma names, like fucking Muriel or whatever? Or what is it? What's, Thought Slime's name? Mildred? Oh, good God. Oh, good God.
I had to ask them what it was actually like working for Illuminati. Was she an okay boss? Were payments okay and on
My name is Lauren. Okay, Mobeam, you're okay. You're one of the good ones.
Time and everything like that. Now, I did assume that at a minimum this was going to be the one thing that was okay, but you know, you gotta do your due diligence and ask. But thankfully, I was right. For sure, there wasn't anything abnormal about payment timing for me. It was all pretty standard. Unfortunately, though, that seems to be where the positives end. Working for her seemed relatively normal for a while, though this would change over time. She didn't have a lot of communication with much of the team, from the weekly meetings we attended that she wasn't involved in, to the discussions about each video that she very rarely, if ever, posted in. I've talked with her for not much longer than I've talked with you already, which, to be clear, at this stage, we had barely talked at all at this point. So this kind of positions her as a very distant boss who was just sort of head of a company rather than the content creator, which a lot of people assume to a degree.
That is actually crazy. I talk to my editor more often than I talk to most of my family. All of my family. Yeah, no. I talk to my editor more than I talk to any of my family. Like, both for work stuff and because we're friends. Like, that's actually insane. I don't know how you're able to communicate the work necessary when that's how little you've spoken. Like, just a little back and forth in text. That's actually wild. I mean, hey, to be fair, the less interaction with this woman, the better, right? Like, Illuminati's not the kind... The less you have to talk to, be known about by, or interact with Illuminati in any way, the better. You just want to be as far away from her thoughts as physically possible if you are dependent on her in any way.
Was what was happening with Illuminati's channel, but I just personally find it kind of strange, because I think YouTube is a space where you're not just getting entertainment. It's not just like watching a TV show, because part of what you're signing up for is the creator. In most cases, at least in the entertainment genre of YouTube, you don't subscribe to somebody unless you like.
I had a spider crawl onto my hand. It was just a little jumping spider, and then I brushed it off because I wanted to get it on the table and maybe see if I could like show it to you guys, and it disappeared. It has vanished into the void. God damn it. I love jumping spiders. They're so cool. It's starting to get so cold out that, like, things want to get inside. Spider-Zan? Yeah, I'm going to get bitten and become Spider-Zan. No, jumping spiders don't really bite. And if they do, then it's, like, spider bite level nothing. I'm literally arachnophobic. I love spiders. There's a photo I have somewhere of my uncle's tarantula, about the size of the palm of my hand, just sitting on my forehead and my face like this, just legs sprawled out. She's just sitting on top of my face in the photo, and I'm like 11 years old. And I got a big smile on my face because I knew that I could use that photo to freak people out. Tarantulas are cool. And when it's like right up on your face, you can see just straight at its mandibles and its fangs and its like eyes and its mouth. And they've got some gnarly shit there, you know? It's certainly something. Tarantulas are so cool. Giant fucking spiders.
Them. You like their personality, you like the way that they convey things, or at least at the very minimum you don't dislike them. There's a bit of a stronger connection there than with traditional media, but this seems to be a case where the connection just isn't there, or it's just faked. And we're going to come back to that because we do get more.
So from what I remember, it seemed like Illuminati's actual goal wasn't to become like a big successful YouTuber, but to essentially become like a media mogul, like an empire. She wasn't in the YouTube business; she was in the empire building business, right? She was using YouTube as like a launch pad from which she would like make the initial funds she needed to invest in other types of business. She was investing in property. She was getting into real estate investment. That, like, she was using her YouTube money to rent properties and like rent, or to buy properties and rent them out. So the YouTube channel is just her starter income so that she could expand into a full-on company. So it doesn't surprise me she was operating that way in terms of how she talks to her employees from the start. Yeah, she was a landlord. She was just trying to become an actual corporate landlord from startup. That was her goal. Yeah, like the anti-Mr. Beast.
More information later on about how involved she actually is in the process. But during this conversation where Sam is talking about their experience with working for Illuminati, they said something that I was really perplexed by. One memory that stuck out to me was a terrible comment made by a team member during a call that did include Blair. Blair didn't make this comment, but months later when she made the Illuminati Exposed video, I found it hypocritical for her to claim comments Wonderstruck made were grounds for termination, yet let this comment slide. Before I move on with the rest of it though, I want to tell you about the sponsor of today's video.
Well, so to be clear, by the way, Illuminati is not really progressive. Like, she does this sort of T-channel pseudo-progressivism, like, takes a barely left-leaning position on most topics so that she can morally high road as a, like, abuse tactic. Like, guys, I don't know if you figured this out, but moral high roading, fake moral high roading, is an abuse tactic used by not generally, like, in interpersonal abusive relationships, but usually used by abusive people trying to act abusive towards others online or in more distant relationships, right? Trying to act as though they're actually just taking a moral position and like talking to someone who is objectively morally a bad person, and thus no action they take, no matter how toxic, is actually really toxic because what they're really doing is trolling a bad person. And in some cases, there are bad people where it's all good to troll, but their standard for that will be like people who disagree with them on whether or not China is communist, you know, like the woke skull types, really, and tankies. And there's a lot of crossover in those two parties, despite the fact that the regime's tankies simp for the most part, ban homosexuality. Like, Russia just recently, like, became one of the most anti-gay countries in the entire world, and yet they simp for Russia like crazy. China's not much better.
Oh, fume. Going cold turkey might sound great in theory, but there is a better way to stop.
I might use this. I might use this fume thing whenever I, like, quit vaping. I plan to quit vaping after I move. I've been telling you guys this for a while. After I moved to Seattle and I've got my permanent house, and I've, like, moved and I can, like, afford to take, say, a week or two off streaming while I'm going through nicotine withdrawals, I'm thinking this fume thing will be helpful. I've been thinking about getting one of these for it for a while.
Stop your bad habits. And no, I am not about to try and get you on some weird MLM. Do not come for me, Illuminati. I'm talking about Fume. Fume are an innovative, award-winning device that look at the problem in a different way. They know that not everything in a bad habit is wrong. So instead of making a drastic, uncomfortable change, why not just take the bad out of your habit? Fume is completely natural. There are absolutely no electronics in it.
I'll give you guys the review, the legit review from me, but this seems like a really cool idea. I like this.
Instead of vapor, they use flavored air. And instead of harmful chemicals, they use all natural and delicious flavors. There's an adjustable airflow dial, so all you do is adjust that to let the air come through the device, and then you just breathe the flavored air through it, which is flavored through a plant-infused core that you just place in the middle here. Again, just all natural. And I think the flavors that they have are...
I have ADHD, so a lot of why I vape is that it's become a habit to hit the vapes. Like, a lot of it's even like, even if I didn't get anything from the hit, it would still be marginally satisfying just to hit it. So having something that feels like it and even gives you the flavor is like 80% of the enjoyment of vaping. And none of the downside.
Absolutely delicious. There's so many different ones, so if you prefer a bit of mint, they have a crisp mint flavor. They also have orange vanilla and a particularly delicious raspberry lemon flavor, and many others to choose from as well. And as well as that, the device itself is perfectly weighted and has magnets for fidgeting. I sometimes you guys don't see it, but when I'm recording videos, I have this thing in my hand and I'm just fidgeting with it because I just constantly need something to do with my hands. Stopping is something we all put off because it's hard. But switching to Fume is easy, enjoyable, and even fun. They've served over 150,000 customers and have thousands of success stories, so there's absolutely no reason why you can't be one of them. So join Fume in accelerating humanity's breakup of bad habits by picking up the Journey Pack today. Head to tryfume.com/VangelinaScov or scan the QR code and use code Vangelina.
Yeah, this is targeted advertising. She knew I'd watch this.
To get 10% off when you get the Journey Pack today. And the Fume Solano just launched on November 6th. So you can upgrade your Journey Pack to the Solano to enjoy a premium walnut barrel and an onyx black coated mouthpiece that has a smoother finish. And you'll still get the 10% off. That's tryfum.com/
Quit vaping with style.
/VangelinaScov to save an additional 10% on your order today. That link is in the description for you to check out as well. Thank you so much to Fume for sponsoring today's video. Now let's move on with the rest of it. Now just to recap, remember in Illuminati's video when she was throwing all of the former Sad Milk members under the bus.
Dude, that video was crazy. So she uses a Rantsona in her videos instead of showing her face, and she's got a bunch of pre-drawn like presets for her like her Rantsona to take positions of, right? And a lot of them are like stern, like arms crossed, like she's got ones that are like a lot of them are like her looking like she's laying down some facts and truth. But in that video, she's got ones that are like her looking sorry. At the start of it, it's all like her Rantsona looking sorry and so like pensive and apologetic and sad and like almost even teary-eyed. I think there was even frames where there are straight up tears in the eyes of her Rantsona, unironically. And then as the vid goes on, she moves it from half fake apologizing to for like the legal eagle thing to doubling down on her abusive behavior towards her editors and employees. And she goes from having like the super sad apologetic Rantsonas in the beginning part of the video, and then starts slowly switching to the more assertive, angry looking Rantsonas as she turns it from what was supposed to be apology video into a attack video. So it's like 20% apology in quotes, by the way, big fucking quotes, and 80% hit piece video on her victims. What a wild video. Truly, truly, truly the work of a sociopath.
One of the people that she discussed in that was Wonderstruck. Wonderstruck had worked for Illuminati.
It's actually crazy to me that people in my chat don't know what a rant sona is, because they haven't. A rant sona is the name that the internet left dubbed to YouTubers' little drawn profile pictures that they have in their videos, like talking instead of them. Usually it's called a rant sona. Yeah.
For a time as an editor. And one of the things that Blair said was that Wonderstruck had made an inappropriate comment in a work setting, and that this comment was grounds for termination. However, we later found that allegedly this comment wasn't all that serious, and that for some reason this was grounds for termination, but Wonderstruck never received any kind of warning about it. The hypocrisy aside, it was an absurd comment to go unchecked by any decent workplace standards. The call was initiated as a sort of morale boost type of thing. We thought it was a meeting going into it, but we played Jackbox. So essentially this just sounds like a type of team building. There's a game where you write captions for images. There was an image of a monkey, and the caption written for it was "Entering Detroit." This is the comment that was made by that other employee while Blair was in the call, yet she did nothing about it and it went completely unchecked. Now, if you're like me and you were confused by this,
Blair basically attempted... Okay, guys, even the most progressive people on Earth, when in private and with their friends, within the, realm of their own comfort, will say some of the worst shit ever to each other for the sake of comedy. Sometimes it is just funny to say something that's, ridiculously inappropriate for the sake of shock value. The difference is that the right, conservatives, bigots, do it publicly. Both as a dog whistle to people who agree with the values being expressed, but also as a way of trying to normalize those thoughts through humor, right? I think there's a really big difference between, for example, someone who's left-leaning and a feminist making a really misogynistic joke ironically in a private call with friends, and somebody doing the same thing on a podium in front of a shit ton of people, that look up to them, right? Because then you're going to be normalizing that kind of stuff to a lot of people who don't have the maturity and the understanding that you and your smaller insular group will have, right? And so there's this belief that I feel like too many people on the left have that, if you can find a video or a clip of somebody saying something offensive in private as a joke, then that is somehow a cancelable thing or a bad reflection of their character. If it's something and it sounds serious, they're not saying it ironically but legitimately, then obviously that's sort of them just letting the mask slip in private, and that's worth caring about. But if it's here's somebody making some edgy jokes in private that they wouldn't have made in public, cancel them, I'm not really on board with that kind of thing. And that is essentially what Illuminati tried to do to defend herself as her form of deflection. She tried to use 10-year-old clips of one of her employees / victims having made some edgy jokes from 2011, 12 or something in old videos, and tried to use them as a completely irrelevant gotcha against them. Pretty much the same thing Dream tried to do to Nicholas Cantu, where Dream is currently under multiple accusations of grooming underage minors. Underage minors, the redundancy, I know. Underage people. And Nicholas Cantu, the voice of Gumball, called him out for this, and Dream's response was to post a multiple-month-old video of Nicholas Cantu of having a drunken, manic episode where he's absolutely behaving inappropriately, but no bad came out of it, no harm came out of it. Dream just held on to it in order to use as blackmail in the future if Nicholas Cantu ever stepped out of line, right? Blair is the same type of person. Illuminati is the exact same type of person. The type of person who will hold on to dirt on somebody instead of making it public because they aren't actually hurt by it. They don't actually have any desire for justice that, drives them to post it or make it public and tell the story. Instead, they hold on to it for when it is most personally advantageous to, make that story public because they don't want justice, they want vengeance. And in cases like what Dream did, and in cases like what Illuminati did, it was so obvious. Even most of the left didn't fall for it. For one, Nicholas Canto is pansexual apparently, but most of the LGBT community online has completely forgiven the voice actor for Gumball for calling Dream the F-slur. Most LGBT people's response to that immediately their gut reaction was based. My chat said based to that clip. There's a really it's relatively related. I'd say this is relatively related. Yeah, uncritical support, completely uncritical support. This goes so fucking hard, dude.
Right, but because you said that's what the mask is, I think you're a faggot, all right? Right, but
It works, okay? It's possibly one of the best quotes to ever come out of the internet. Gumball would do this. He absolutely would say it, and he would be right to do so.
I did have to actually ask for clarification, and before anybody calls me stupid in the comments, I'm European. I don't know.
The funny thing too, PP Girl, is that Nicholas Cantu is Jewish, and the reason why he asked Dream if he was Jewish was because he was going to say, "No, you're not. I am. That's why I'm funnier than you." Dream cut it out, but you could see after the cut that Dream did, after Nicholas Cantu asked, "Are you Jewish?" You can hear the video cut in of Nicholas Cantu saying, "I want to be a comedian. You'll never be. And because of that, you'll never be," or something like that. You could tell that he was dunking on him and saying, "I'm Jewish and you're not, and that's why I'm funnier than you." He was literally just roasting the fuck out of Dream, and any group you could consider offended by it has fully forgiven him, okay? Hamas and the IDF have both come forward in support of Nicholas Cantu. It's true. They actually agree on this. They've publicly come forward to say they both agree with his statements on Dream. The whole world has been united on this.
Anything about Detroit, I had absolutely no idea what this was referencing when I spoke to Sam. So if you're in the same boat as me, here's your clarification. Detroit is a city with a majority black population, the intended punchline being just racism. So let me reiterate what happened. They went into a call, a work call, with Illuminati present. They ended up playing Jackbox with a game where you can add captions to images. One employee, while Blair is in the call, puts a caption on a picture of a monkey that said, "Entering Detroit, a city with a majority black population," and Blair said nothing. Now I know that Sam said this is an absolutely inappropriate comment to go completely.
I know this seems like it's nothing, and I honestly wouldn't really think much of it if that was the big drama or whatever. The point of this is to call out the hypocrisy in Blair trying to accuse her employees of being racist or bigoted as a way of engaging in Darvo.
Completely unchecked in a workplace setting, and I absolutely 100% agree, but I would like to add to that that is a completely inappropriate comment to go unchecked in any setting. I don't care if you're in a call with your best friends and somebody that you love and adore says that. That is something that needs to be picked up on immediately.
Okay, if your friends make a joke like that, it's worth evaluating why your friends made that joke. But no hate, but also thank you for the virtue signal, white woman. I appreciate it. Is that too much? Is that being mean? Is that being mean? But like, yeah, like what a pillow said. TBH, I made KKK tier anti-black jokes. Yeah, for those that don't know, a pillow is black. I would hope you guys know. You better be a sub to a pillow. You better be watching a pillow's content. You should know a pillow is black. If you don't, then you're not subbed, and you need to go sub to a pillow right now. But that aside, like, yeah, lefties make jokes that are edgy in private so long as the, like, group and people present are all, you know, all familiar with the fact that no one there is genuinely bigoted. No one there is, like, dog whistling or letting the mask slip or something. Then I think it can be fine. Especially when the point of the joke is more so, I think a lot of lefty edgy humor, like when lefties make, say, a racist joke in private, generally it's less so for the shock humor and certainly not for the racism. The joke is usually to make fun of people who joke about that kind of thing and just find it funny unironically, right? How many of you guys can empathize with that? How many of you guys will make what is technically a sexist or racist joke, but the joke is actually just making fun of people who not even are racist or sexist, but people who joke about racism and sexism and find it unironically funny? It's like multiple layers of irony that the left engages in. I think it's actually part of why a lot of conservatives seem to unironically believe the left can't meme. Because it's partially because when the left does meme in the way that the right does, although not exactly the same way the right does, but in an edgy way, it's more responsibly. Like, a responsible lefty will never let others know that they're making edgy humor in private, you know? And saying things that they wouldn't get away with in public and private. So, like, the idea is that if you know, and it's known, then they're not doing a very good job of being responsible about it, and they're not doing a very good job of upholding their ideals. Because if they're going around making racist, sexist, homophobic humor, transphobic humor, whatever it may be, publicly, then they're arguably just kind of reinforcing those values. Or at the very least, reinforcing the values of those who find those things unironically funny.
But personally, I cannot imagine a scenario where that comment would even have come into my head.
I don't know if you can defend if we don't know the intention/humor. Well, that's what I'm saying. I'm specifically qualifying this by saying you are in a, like, more private, insulated group. This is not a new take. This is no new... Like, Destiny has argued this. Vosh has argued this. Hassan is, like, the guy who fucking, like, blew the fuck up because he disagrees with this, because he thinks that no matter what, you have to be super morally pure with your humor and your language, no matter who's around, even though he's had leaks of him saying god-awful shit in private, so it's all just virtue. And literally anybody who disagrees with me on this is just virtue signaling. You make edgy jokes in private. You say very offensive shit in private you would never say publicly. That is how the world works. Nobody is actually as morally pure as they put forward, with their language at least. Everyone is edgier in a context where they're with people who know they don't have bad beliefs. Yes, exactly.
And I think if...
But then again, to be clear, I'm not claiming there aren't people who have their own personal standards, right? Like, it's okay if you acknowledge what I'm saying is right, but for example, like, I don't know, let's say you've got the F-slur pass. Your gay friends have given... You're straight and your gay friends have given you the F-slur pass. You are totally cool to say the F-slur. Let those F-slurs fly whenever you're just hanging out with just them, right? But you still don't really feel comfortable with it, so you choose not to. But you don't necessarily think there's anything wrong if, like, somebody else in your position did. That's fine. It's fine if you just personally aren't comfortable with it and you don't want to do it. That's not what I'm arguing against here. I'm not arguing that you're, like, inhuman or you don't exist or you're lying if that's something that you say you do. My point is that you should not be so quick to judge those for their humor or rhetoric. Just their humor, not even their rhetoric, in a context where nobody is meant to be convinced of anything bad, if that makes sense.
If somebody made that comment in front
or no
of
one
me,
could.
Workplace setting or not, Actually, it wouldn't be a workplace setting. I don't have any employees. But any setting, I'm at the very least going to say, why in God's name would you think that that's an okay thing to say? So yes, like Sam said, hypocrisy aside, this is awful. And then you just add the hypocrisy layer to it, where Illuminati said that a comment...
I think the hypocrisy is the thing that I would stick to as the primary. I wouldn't be doing the virtue signaling about how awful the joke is. I would just kind of, you know, explain the joke, why it's racist, why it's obviously racist, and most people can tell, and Illuminati would definitely be able to tell, and then point out the clear hypocrisy. I think that is the argument that is most likely to win over the vast majority of people.
Made by Wonderstruck was grounds for termination, which was, by the way, nothing like this comment, but the Detroit comment by another employee, who presumably Blair just wasn't pissed off with at the time so didn't really care, goes unchecked. Now, of course, I did ask were any other comments made like this after
Blair's just spiteful.
After this or before this? Was this a common occurrence? Did Blair herself make any comments like this? And to Sam's knowledge, no. For one, it was very rare that Blair was in calls at all to be able to hear her making any negative comments. And for two, they said they had never heard any other comments like that in meetings that they were present in. But let's move on then, because Sam continued to talk about their experience and how things began to escalate. Things escalated, as may be predictable, when Illuminati's Legal Eagle tweet was made. Before this point, working for the channel was often standard for me personally. And of course, I had to ask, well, how did they escalate? The Legal Eagle tweets were made, and it's a complete surprise to most of us. A weekly call comes round, and everyone's discussing the tweets that came out. The situation's downplayed by most, people just saying the Legal Eagle stuff was handled the wrong way, but not that they didn't copy us, which they obviously did not. People were defending Blair. I do find it very strange that Legal Eagle's team weren't
Illuminati.
saying that Legal Eagle hadn't copied Illuminati and the Illuminati channel, because it was very, very clear, despite what Blair tried to say.
A little bit of background for those that don't know, Illuminati unironically tried to accuse Legal Eagle's editors of plagiarizing her, because Legal Eagle's editors reached out and asked if there was a way to Illuminati's editors and asked if they knew a way to automate an edit that allows you to apply a highlighter effect, like a highlighter filter effect, over text. They already knew how to do this. This is like a very basic edit. It was just, do you know a way of making this a little easier to repeat for future videos? So I don't have to go through the whole like multi-step process of doing that every time I want to add the highlighter edit. One editor asked for that, right? And then eventually the video came out and had those edits, but never got like a response or anything. They never got a response, but they, you know, made the video and used the highlighter edit. A very basic, in no way copyrighted or owned by Illuminati or trademarked in any way by Illuminati edit. And she tried to argue it was plagiarism. This did not go well for her. And this is what got so many eyes on her and caused the real shit to bubble up to the surface.
That Legal Eagle did not copy Illuminati. Again, I just need to remind you, because it's so absurd, the things that she said were plagiarized were a ripped paper effect and a highlighting text effect. Two very, very common effects which are used all over YouTube and all over traditional media, mostly in documentaries. But I'm just going to say maybe it's just that that wasn't the purpose of the call, that isn't what they were discussing, but at least they said that it wasn't handled the right way. Now this call where they're talking about Legal Eagle and the tweets that were made ends, but there's another call soon after. Another call happens a bit later, and this time Blair's in the call as well, because she wasn't in the previous call talking about Legal Eagle or clarifying anything to do with the fact that she just decided to go on this rampage on Twitter and not inform her team. At least she's in this one though. She rants against the Sad Milk members, including Oz. I knew she was awful in doing what she was accused of by those Sad Milk members, but this call was absurd to me as it consisted of people piling onto and antagonizing those who posted against her. The tone was nothing like that of the Illuminati exposed video that was made. There was hardly, if any, accountability, but rather listing issues with some of the people making accusations against her. Though I would like to add, that is a lot of what happened in the Illuminati Exposed video.
The Illuminati Exposed video, the one she made to respond, was like 20% non-apology, 80% attack, 80% hit piece.
Whole thing was just her throwing everybody under the bus, talking about their mental health and trying to make them look as terrible as possible. I mean, take the Click, for example, where she said that he was using slurs constantly, that he allowed really horrible people into his Discord server and just didn't care. And don't worry, there will be some things said about the Click, but still somehow in—
Guys, I have to tell you something. The Click does say slurs. The other day, he called me a cracker mayo snow roach. It really hurt my feelings, and I genuinely couldn't believe. I genuinely couldn't believe I heard such racism, such horrific bigotry hurled my way. I don't know how I'll ever recover, guys.
In the Illuminati Exposed video, it did feel like she was trying to put this air of her being the better person in this situation, of her being the bigger person, but at the same time, she's sharing people's very intimate private details. So, not really great. I'm not endorsing anyone by any means, but it was off-putting that not only did these accusations come out against her, but most of this call was spent defending her or antagonizing others. When speaking with Sam, I really wanted to know what exactly she had said about the other people involved. And before I show you what they said, just for context, at this point, threads had been made about her from the Sad Milk members, but this was before Wonderstruck had made his video.
So this was back when only people really tapped into all the drama knew what was up. There were threads out there, there were posts out there, the story was out there, but it did not have anywhere near the level of attention. And it was more of this niche, like, did you know Illuminati did yada yada yada, while she was still very much at large.
Which of course means it was before Oz Media made his video as well. She said she heard from a source that Click underpaid an editor. She mocked Oz for various things such as the PC they built for her blue screening. Something which again we discussed in our previous video about Illuminati, where her Discord DMs were leaked and she had been discussing this blue screening PC and using it to frame Oz Media as sort of just a terrible person who didn't care and was gaslighting her staff. And I believe she brought up the contract they signed that'd have them owe her an absurd amount of money.
I genuinely think abusers use the word gaslighting less correctly than people who unironically, legitimately don't know what the word gaslighting means.
Boasted this point and seemed happy about it. I think this contract is mentioned in Oz's latest video about Blair. And yes, this was mentioned in Oz's video, and I have talked about this in previous videos. Again, links are in the description for everything. It is so much to go into in depth in this video, especially since a lot of people will already know what I'm talking about and I'll just be repeating myself. But Illuminati had Oz Media sign a contract stating that he owed her a lot of money and that he would have to pay back quite—
Good God, she's such an evil bitch. She's such an evil bitch. She really is. She's actually just such an evil bitch. Gaslighting's not even a real word. You're fucking crazy. Yeah, exactly.
Quite a lot monthly. And this was all done under very shady looking circumstances. Because not only was the number that he owed her much higher than is seemingly possible, she also went into this with a lawyer knowing that he couldn't afford legal representation, so he didn't have a lawyer. And the fact that she's bragging about this and seems boastful about this kind of makes me wonder if maybe my own little theory about this was correct. Fully personal opinion, and I don't even know if I said this in the previous video, but it always felt to me, since this whole situation came out, that she was hanging this over Oz Media's head to silence him. Or even worse still, because she wanted to take legal action against him. Allegedly, potentially, in my opinion. Because if you don't remember, she is threatening to foreclose on his home before Christmas. But she only...
She's the landlord. Literal debt peonage is essentially what's happening here. Like, she's tried to set up essentially legal slavery via having the leverage of someone's home and income at her entire, like on or off. Like, she can just take that away or allow them to keep having it based on how she feels. It's genuinely, she wants to be like a lord with a bunch of serfs.
He threatened this after he came out against her, and she could have done this at any time prior. So I don't know, it's just the fact that she seems gleeful about having this power over somebody, about, you have acted wrongly, now I can lash out at you, I can take action against you. And to lend even more credence to the theory that she just wanted to take legal action against these people, she was absolutely going over some people she could threaten legal action with and describing ways she could do so. So she's bragging about the amount of money that Oz Media owes her, boasting about being able to take legal action against people, and describing the ways that she could do that. These to me do not seem like the actions or the words of a reasonable, level-headed person.
She is a narcissistic control freak. That has been the least controversial and most obvious observation of this woman from the entire get-go of the situation. I don't think it's controversial to say there's something wrong with her head, to be honest with you, but I also think she's an adult woman with agency. And I don't really think pointing that out is all that valuable. I think we're at the point where we need to have discussions about how we can destroy her ability to continue to grow her empire and continue to make more people subservient to her, for lack of better phrasing.
He seems to immediately go on the offense, which, if you are truly innocent in a situation, would your instinct not be to say, I'm innocent, and here's why, rather than trying to manipulate situations to make people look worse than they are, to spread allegations about people to your employees, and to brag about being able to take legal action against these people. I'd also like to add that I can't think of a single person on the planet who would be happy about having to go through the legal system. It's a slow and painful and expensive process to sue somebody. And in this call, she still had more to say about these people as well. For the click, along with saying that he had underpaid an editor without any actual evidence, I believe she also mentioned that he said slurs multiple times. She would know, of course, given what we know about her alt account. This is in reference to the Doobie Schmertz account, which, as we saw,
oh my god, how did I forget this little funny detail? The alt accounts she would run, pretending to be other people that were supporters of hers to try to get, to start a crowd of people going after those she didn't like. And she would use alts to try to, convince people to hate those that she wanted there to be, a cancellation of. And she'd use the alt to spread misinfo, so it didn't have to come from her. And it could seem like it just somehow got out there, you know? Yeah, she's actually fucking crazy.
Seemed to go on a bit of a smear campaign against the former Sad Milk members, particularly the Click. Obviously, no justification for what Click said, in my opinion. It seemed weird to me that she'd antagonize someone for the same thing a member of her staff did, though. And once again, we have the hypocrisy of Illuminati. And in this call as well, she had a lot to say about Oz Media. As we already discussed, she was making fun of the computer that blue screened and was bragging about the amount of money that he owed her. But it did not end there. She said she broke up with Oz long before Oz claimed. It was a lot of deflecting and shifting focus onto others.
Oz's
Blair
Illuminati
used
sex.
this debt as a promise that this would...
God bless Oz Media. The amount of trauma I would have having come out of a relationship with this woman, fucking hell. I would date 5 Lonnies and go through that whole thing all over again 5 times before I'd go through the Illuminati thing that Oz had to deal with once. Just awful, dude. Holy shit. Just awful.
Shifting focus onto others.
Blair used this debt as a promise that this would specifically help mend our relationship, not our friendship, and put us on a better foot. It wouldn't be until a few weeks after signing that document that I would learn that she had already moved on, and had only...
I'd date Joe Rogan before I'd date Illuminati. Jesus Christ, Cryptid T. So real. Xander dating older women? Real. True.
Almost everyone in my daily life keep this fact a secret from me.
And this is not the only thing that she said. She had a lot to say about their relationship and things that went on in it, and saying things that to me seem like she's trying to put down Oz Media, and as well saying some really inappropriate, intimate sort of stuff that you shouldn't really be saying in front of your employees in a work call. And again, remember, she said that there was an inappropriate comment made by Wonderstruck which was grounds for termination, but she's Blair, and she can say whatever she wants. However, although Sam did give me a lot of information about what she said in this call about Oz Media and their relationship, we both agreed that it would be best to keep this portion of the interview out of the video, out of respect for Oz Media. It's bad enough that she said this in a work call, we don't need to reiterate it here. But it might potentially be something that he already knows about, and maybe he'll choose to speak about this in his own video. But it wouldn't really be right for me to sit here and tell you all of that. And the only reason that Sam told me was to give context to the situation. They fully also believed that this information should stay private. One comment that does not need to be kept.
You, my lovely chatters, are gonna have to watch the original video via the link pinned in the description and the link I'm gonna drop in chat if you want to hear the rest of the interview, the exclusive interview that she has to tell you guys, because I am not going to react to the entire thing and re-upload it. You see, Blair, aka Illuminati, has had a very obvious pattern of abusing younger men, mostly. It's very clear that is her thing. That is her shtick. That is what she does. She likes to abuse and mentally manipulate and basically try to make dependent upon her younger guys, usually. And it's predatory. It is downright predatory. Women can be predators too. And that's simply what she is, a predator. Oh, hey, just in time for the Colleen segment? Yeah, that would be a really good segue for the Colleen segment, but I actually have a different topic I want to cover first. But no, she's just a predator. And I think that there needs to be more people with a voice on the left talking about the fact that there are women who are predators. It's not just men. Not because I think there's this issue of people not knowing that's the case, but I feel like the right has gotten away with claiming the left doesn't care when women are predators for far too long. Double standards exist. They aren't something the left supports or stands by, but they're kind of something the left tries not to acknowledge. I feel like the double standards that actually negatively affect men are something the left tries to ignore because discussions about it are kind of a lot of left-leaning people's weak point. Don't make it your weak point. There's nothing about leftism or progressivism or feminism that says that you don't have to or can't stand up for men when they're abused by women who are predators. So yeah. Don't think you have to fall into the Andrew Tate sphere in order to find people talking about this kind of thing. If you're somebody out there who's felt as though the left just is not willing to discuss these things when men are the victim and women are the predator. What do you guys think of that segment? I feel like it came out pretty good. Pretty happy with it, honestly. Mid. Good segment. Seggy. Super skibbity Zan. What the fuck? Came out good. I'm glad you guys think so. T. Losalot, thank you for the tier 1 gifted sub to the Urtronian. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Very kind of you. Thank you for the $5 dues. Said, hey, fellow former Illuminati fan, welcome to the Blue Names. Based, welcome to the Blue Name Club. And then Pepper221, thank you for the $5 donation. Very kind and based of you. Said, forgot to paste the code here and then a Blue Sky code. And the previous donation was also $5 from Pepper221 saying, dropping Blue Sky code. Here, I'll go ahead and drop the code in the chat because obviously I don't need it. But yeah, for anyone who wants to follow me on Blue Sky, please do. I'm Xander Hall at Blue Sky. So yeah, go ahead and use that code. Get yourself a Blue Sky account. And then Pepper221, thank you for the 5 tier 1 gifted subs. I really appreciate that. Thank you for the $25 Adinos. Gifted to Twerp, Just Here to Leave, Coindog, Isaac, and Njord. I really appreciate it, and I hope they appreciate the gifted subs. They're brand new blue names. Says, okay, thanks. Thoughts on the separate gaming channel and shorts channel debate? I wouldn't recommend a separate shorts channel, depending on what the shorts content is. If the shorts content is literally just shorts of what you're doing on your main channel, upload it on your main. Trust me. If what you're doing is really far from gaming content and your audience that you've already cultivated on what your main type of content is, isn't quite interested in gaming or vlogs or whatever other type of content you want to do, then upload it on a separate channel and try to direct the people that are interested to that channel. You don't want the poor performance of those videos to negatively affect your channel overall. You want to have 2 separate channels that are able to grow. Like, you want your other channel where you're uploading, say, gaming content to just be growing, not to be, harming your main channel. But if you're able to, and you're not getting any negative, side effects, which is somewhat rare, you want to try to consolidate all of your content on the same channel. It is typically most profitable, the least confusing, and just overall the most ideal if you can consolidate your entire brand to one YouTube channel. Outside of maybe, the exception here is translation channels. If you get big enough that you want to have a Spanish channel where it's straight up all of your videos, but they're uploaded in Spanish, either subtitled or dubbed, or both, then you just want to have, you'll want to have multiple channels. But other than that, if you can just have one channel and that works, that's ideal. Wingo, please don't talk to me like that. Thank you for the support, though, guys. I really appreciate it. Seriously. $65 you guys have donated so far in total. You are all so kind. Thank you so much. Your support really does mean the world to me. It helps a lot, and, without it, I frankly wouldn't be able to do this for a living. I wouldn't be able to pay for the roof above my head. So yeah. Plus, I'm moving soon, so every extra dollar helps. And of course, you don't have to even donate or subscribe or gift a sub in order to support me. Simply donating, simply hitting the like button is completely free and helps me a lot more than I think a lot of you guys even know. No need for a VODs channel, Rahab. All right.
Breaking tonight.
Okay. You all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Well, everybody, we're talking about a state today that doesn't often come up in any type of discussion. And that is, of course, Wisconsin. I really only ever find myself talking about Wisconsin in the context of that 70s show. Any based people in chat ever seen that show? Do you guys enjoy that show? I like it. I personally really like it. Wisconsin, never been there before, but I do know that there's a fair amount of ruralness, right? Quite a bit of land, far from cities and large skyscrapers and high tax income schools. You know? A lot of that in Wisconsin, which tends to lead to a lot of people who vote far right and hold some pretty radical right-wing beliefs. For example, to give you an idea, here in Washington where I live in Seattle, right? I live in the heart of the city. So because of that, I am surrounded by a lot of progressivism. A lot of left-wing people, a lot of, like, liberal voters, a lot of people of color, a lot of, like, gay and trans people. Not really, you wouldn't really consider it a place with a lot of chuds, or a very unaccepting area, right? But if you go east, and you go out of Seattle and into the woods, and then into the foothills of the Cascade Mountains, things really quickly start to change, especially north of Seattle, too. Like, between Seattle and Olympia and out east of there, everything east of Seattle is some of the most deep red, conservative, redneck, country bumpkin. I could go on with these stereotypes. Racist shit you will ever imagine. There are Confederate flags. There are Trump signs galore. And just hick scum, exactly. Tons of hick scum off to the east of Seattle. And these people, I've talked about many times how they stockpile guns and they plan to have, like, their big day of the rope where they roll into the cities and they, execute all the people of color and all the people who dare to disagree with them and vote Democrat. I don't think this will ever actually happen. The closest that we ever really get to this is when they roll into a town or a city for a big protest. And the reason I brought up Wisconsin, of course, is because that is exactly what happened in the state's capital yesterday. A big group of neo-Nazis marched on the Capitol. I got a YouTube video here of a news story from, what news station is this? WISN, like Wisconsin 12 News. So, yeah. They covered this story, and, I'd rather look at this than have to read the article to get the same amount of information, so here we go.
Breaking tonight, the Madison Police Department says it is monitoring a neo-Nazi group that marched near the Capitol this afternoon. The video you are about to see shows the group carrying flags with swastikas. Now, we blurred those flags, and we also muted the video.
Well, why? Why? No. Okay. Something that cannot happen. Something we cannot let happen. Okay. All right. Chat. I'm going to give you guys a little bit of a history lesson. The term political correctness has actually been butchered and mutilated and warped and mutated into something different from its original usage and meaning. The term political correctness used to refer to when generally, like, conservative politicians and capitalist business owners would rename words that very clearly got across the seriousness of, like, the thing that it's describing, the thing that the word means, when they would try to rename that for their own benefit, usually to soften the language, right? A good example of this is quiet quitting, we've seen like corporate like types try to use the word quiet quitting for when employees just do what is on the requirements to get the job, right? Instead of going above and beyond and doing more than what they're paid to do, I guess. They call it quiet quitting. It's a euphemism. It's a politically correct way of saying we don't want our employees, we want our employees working harder and we don't want to pay them more. That's actual definitional political correctness. So what's happening here, where we're blurring the swastikas on the flags of the neo-Nazi like marchers, and we're like muting their words, that is dangerous levels of political correctness. In the same way that I think, yeah, I feel I don't like that. Doesn't that count as malicious compliance? No. I feel that people need to see, holy fuck, these are neo-Nazis. That's not just far-right people carrying Trump flags or whatever. That is a full-on German Nazi flag that guy is carrying around. Oh, shit. He is screaming, Hail Hitler. And, like, do you know why? Guys, imagine how much less effective this has literally become one of the most universally recognizable signs and symbols of, like, hate and bigotry ever. Can you imagine if the coverage and dissemination of this video and story were heavily censored to the extent that that it just didn't hit as hard as this does? Simply showing this video was enough evidence to show the fact that we were allowing the far right too much leniency and freedom in this country to get, like, to publicly display unabated. Look at this.
You will not replace us! You will not replace us! You will not replace us! You will not replace us!
A group of white nationalists held a torch-lit rally in downtown Charlottesville Saturday, 2 months after an Ohio man allegedly killed a woman when he drove his car into a crowd of counter-protesters. Alt-right activist Richard Spencer was reportedly at Saturday's march protesting the fate of a Robert E. Lee statue. A court recently blocked its removal after a recent legal challenge. Police say
recently, I believe they melted down that statue after it was successfully removed. So yeah, anyway, yeah, like this story, the video of these guys marching and screaming with their tiki torches, yelling, "Jews will not replace us, blood and soil," that really resonated with people, not obviously with them. It resonated with people, the fact that shit has gotten serious. You have to understand, this happened in like 2017, if I recall correctly. Maybe it was 2017. That was a time when you had everyone from Shuonhead and Chris Raygun to Sargon of Akkad and Richard Spencer basically on the same area of YouTube, all saying the same words. The left calls everyone Nazis now. Everybody in that sphere was saying those same words. The left calls everyone a Nazi now. The word has lost its meaning. And then here we had these guys from the Unite the Right rally, a group of people which, by the way, were full of many of those same figures who once stood side by side with more liberal, left-leaning, and centrist, like anti-SJW YouTubers, were there at this rally making excuses for the behavior, allying with these people, befriending them, and defending them. There was no more denial of the fact that these people are actual fucking Nazis. It's not that the left just calls anyone Nazis when they disagree. It's that these people are actually fucking Nazis. They always were, and it was always obvious if you were willing to pay attention.
Because a bystander was chanting profanities. Now, the video shows the group wearing masks and shirts that say Blood Tribe. They're standing outside the Wisconsin state capitol. You can see police are patrolling the area. According to the Madison Police Department's Facebook post, about 20 people carrying the flags walked up State Street to the Capitol building. Police did not see any weapons. Now, the police department says they do not support hateful rhetoric. However, they also say they are obligated to protect First Amendment rights for everyone. Governor Tony.
That's the same thing that Ron DeSantis has said about the neo-Nazi guys that protest outside Disney World. In Florida, there's this, like, I don't know if you've ever been to Disney World before in Florida, but there's, like, one giant entrance, like, one big main entrance, and it's got, like, the big, like, facade sign with the big Disney World, welcome to adventure, or whatever. Like, I forget what their little slogan is they have below the like, logo on their sign. And there's, like, a sidewalk right next to the sign, like, right in front of it. That sidewalk is up against the road. It is technically state property. It's public property. It's the sidewalk. You're allowed to demonstrate there. You're allowed to protest there. And so neo-Nazis have used that to protest outside of Disney World. So imagine this. You're a parent taking your kids to Disney World for the first time. Like, you've got your, like, 6-year-old kid, 8-year-old kid in the back seat. You're taking them to Disney World for the first time. You pull up. You're not really tapped into politics. You don't really know what's going on in the world of politics because you're not, like, super into shit. You don't know how bad it's gotten. And this is what you see as you pull up to Disney. And I assure you, Disney can do nothing about this. The police will do nothing about it, and Ron DeSantis has defended them with the exact same words as the police commissioner who defended the Nazis in Wisconsin's capital.
Back to Mexico!
Look at that. Look at that. That's what you see.
Oh, yeah. That's exactly what...
Fully legal and endorsed by the governor of Florida. Fully legal and endorsed by the governor of Florida. Yeah, the most magical place on earth is the slogan on the sign, yeah. So yeah, no, the police just completely allow this kind of stuff. It's ironic that it's only ever, like, progressive people protesting when that ever becomes, like, this massive media frenzy about riots and stuff. Meanwhile, like, literal Trump supporters, goaded by the president, attempt a coup and attempt mass assassination of multiple elected officials in the Capitol building. And, like, you're basically obsessed is the accusation if you still talk about it a couple years later. Oh, yeah, we supported a coup and all that, a fascist coup, but if you still talk about that 2 years later or whatever, you're obsessed. Unironically, the kind of shit these people say. I like, the right-wingers try to argue that if you still talk about Jan 6, then you're obsessed or you can't get over it. They try to shame you for daring to discuss it or talk about it like it's a relevant thing of discussion. Yet, meanwhile, they're still posting about how all the insurrectionists who were imprisoned and charged on Jan 6th are victims that need to be freed.
Evers released a statement saying, quote, "Let us be clear, neo-Nazis, anti-Semitism, and white supremacy have no home in Wisconsin. We will not accept or normalize this rhetoric and hate."
Then do something about it. Then make it so that, like, the citizens of that town, the children going to school, don't have to see swastikas. Make it so the Jewish kids going to school that, like, in the morning don't have to see neo-Nazis with swastikas on their flags, the flag of the regime that genocided 6 million Jewish people, and many more other groups as well. At least 6 million people. Like, why are you're giving them the home? You're allowing it. Like, you can say they have no home here, but they objectively do. Like, they objectively do.
Another video shows the group continuing their march along one of the lakes around Madison. In this video, they're marching in silence. Now, the Jewish Community Relations Council in Milwaukee Jewish Federation asked that anyone...
Dude, how fucking funny would it be? How fucking worth and funny would it be to get, like, 30 of your best buds together and just to mob on these guys and knock them off the seawall out of nowhere? Just hide in the bushes and behind a bunch of trees, and then whenever they get to, like, an opportune spot, you all charge at once and just, like, shoulder bash them off of the pier into the water, and then just run. Just book it. Me and the boys. That's what I want to do for a Xander Hall fan event. For the fan meetup event. They have no weapons. Yeah, they're unarmed. Unless they're unless they're concealed carrying.
The Jewish Community Relations Council in Milwaukee Jewish Federation asked that anyone who encounters groups like these should ignore them and not amplify their messages. Tonight at 10, hear from the Jewish community at UW-Madison and why they say...
Ah, good. I'm sure we're going to hear some pro-Israels. I'm sure we will find a way to, instead of talking about why it's a problem that Nazis feel empowered to march the streets and why the state is allowing this... I'm sure we're going to talk about why this is actually the fault of Hamas and the people who are pro-Palestine in some way. I'm pretty certain that's what they're going to go to. Jesus. Yeah. Like, this is actually shameful, dude. Like, genuinely. They're going to blame Palestinians for it. Yeah, it's actually shameful that they're not doing something about it. Yes, you have freedom of speech, you have freedom of demonstration, but I think when it comes to parading around with Nazi flags, that kind of borders on yelling fire in a crowded theater. Like, I feel like there's a difference between representing your freedom of speech and that we actually have legal, in a lot of states, we have legal allowances for something called fighting words. Right? Like, if you said certain things to somebody, like, I'm gonna fucking kill you, then that other person you said it to now has legal justification to fight. To, like, fight you, because you've threatened them or said something to them that indicates enough antagonism that they could reasonably feel threatened, right? Or like, hey, you, let's fight, you know, fighting words. So, essentially, it's possible, I would say, that you would consider, like, a sign that says, I'm going to kill you. Like a guy who just has a sign and waves it in people's face that says, I'm going to murder you. That would be considered fighting words. It doesn't matter whether it's written or said, right? Like, that it's still the same words. A flag literally just represents that same sentiment. The Nazi flag is just a physical, visual, audible representation of the sentiment, I want to kill you. To particular people, at least. That is the message. Yeah. Critical said if you say, I feel threatened and you have witnesses, you can do anything you want in Florida, lol. I don't know if that's the case. I don't know if that's the case at all. But yeah, actually shameful of the governor of Wisconsin and, of course, the police for allowing this. Genuinely shameful. No, neo-Nazis clearly do have a home in Wisconsin. Don't care what the governor says. It's clearly a virtue signal. What's obvious is that the neo-Nazis really obviously do have a home there. What do you guys think of that segment? I know it was shorter, but I feel like it was a good one.
I'm gonna risk dip.
Whoa! That's a big spoiler. That's a big yeah, people who recognize that voice are gonna be like, what? 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 Who knows who that was? We're going to be reacting to an unconventional YouTuber for my channel today. Thanks for spoiling it, YouTube. Some people recognized it. Was that Boogie? No, it was not Boogie. All I'll do is confirm it was not Boogie. Someone in YouTube chat got it right, though. I could mute tabs, but it sucks to have to remember to do that every time, right? Was that Keemstar? Stop guessing. You guys are clearly not good at it. I'm surprised none of you were able to guess, but you'll find out in a moment. You will find out in a moment. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Well, everybody, as most of you guys know, YouTube is my job. I know. Very unfortunate. It sucks. But I have to make videos on this website for a living. I am truly, possibly the most oppressed and most disadvantaged human being on Earth. I might actually, I have it the worst of any human on Earth, clearly. No. In all seriousness, it's no secret that YouTubers, while loving their job, otherwise they wouldn't be doing it, let's be honest, it is in many ways better than traditional work and traditional jobs and careers in just countless ways. Though it also has, as like sort of a balancing measure, its own extremely unique and for most people unempathizable, if that's even a real word, it's probably not, like its own very unique issues and problems and roadblocks. Obviously, one of the most common are the ones that are implemented by YouTube themselves. YouTube is not exactly known for being the most unsympathetic, thank you. YouTube is not exactly known for being the most loving and caring towards its creators. At least if you're going off of what most creators say about the platform. For example, I think this video from Dubus Goobus actually does a really good job of just summarizing the feeling of what it's like on YouTube when you, like, dare not to upload for a couple days.
Oh boy, I better check the site that is my job.
Use a down, boy!
What do you mean?
You haven't uploaded in a month, you greedy little boy! You must be punished with the down symbol, the down symbol!
I've been sick and sad for weeks, man, come on.
You have 1 day to make a cartoon or I'll kill you!
How am I gonna make a cartoon?
Slash the budget!
How am I gonna, what happened to my lip movements?
Yeah, stills!
It's just making it work, I'm not green!
No more coloring, it's a waste of time!
It looks worse!
Who cares in the name of content? You know what? Cut out the middleman!
Why am I a sticky note?
Yes, we'll shit this stuff out like no tomorrow! Then you'll be a good boy!
I don't get it, my audience was supportive!
I'm not the audience, I'm the analytics! I fucking hate you!
Oh yeah.
Now dance, monkey! Ah!
That is the best summarization of the entire experience of being a YouTuber. There's no better summary. However, there's also a lot of complaints from the consumers of the content, not just the creators. YouTube has gotten progressively worse and worse for the consumers of the content, at least according to most of my audience and a lot of people I know that watch YouTube. The biggest perpetrator of this harmed watch experience has been ads. The amount of ads you get on YouTube now, if you're a free YouTube viewer, even if you have ad block, if YouTube has recently updated and patched your ad block into getting blocked by their ad blocker, then you will no doubt be flooded with an unbelievable amount of ads. So you've got the creators and the consumers all complaining about YouTube's changes and decisions. But the thing is, why is YouTube still #1? You could say it's because they're the biggest, but YouTube's been doing this shit for a really long time. Like a really long time, YouTube's been pulling this stuff over and over and over and over and over again. And yet the platform continues to grow. It's by no means a direct financial profit for Google, but they hold on to the site because they want to have complete monopoly over video sharing online. They own video sharing. It's their thing. Google owns that. So even though they're not making a direct financial profit, it's still worth it. It's very much still worth it. Google also acquired YouTube in a economy that was far more favorable than the one that we're in now. And because of that, that complicates things a bit. In some ways, Google is less in need of making YouTube profitable. In some ways, they are. And so because of that, where we are now, Google is kind of strapped for cash. That's a kind of a bad way to put it, but, you know, for simplicity's sake, it works. Google has invested a lot of money into YouTube. It's never been profitable, and it's getting less and less profitable by the year, even with the site growing and growing and growing and growing, despite the fact that you've got people from entirely new countries with tens or hundreds of millions of people in the population getting internet infrastructure rolled out to them very quickly and getting onto YouTube. Like, despite that, Google is still not making a profit from YouTube. They want to change this. Simply using YouTube as a way of cornering the market is not enough. And it's very obvious that Google, when they make the changes they do to YouTube, even if they are very obviously, to us, just the dumbest changes ever, YouTube's not stupid. The platform's still getting as big as it is and is still as successful as it is for a reason. For as much as they do wrong, they're still doing a lot right. I know it may seem controversial, but I believe it. And I think for this video, I actually want to focus on some of the things that don't get anywhere near as much publicity that are actually positive changes coming to YouTube in the near future. And I want to see what you guys think. I'm curious, especially about the comments down below on this video when it goes up on YouTube as its own thing. Now, the first story I don't want to talk as much about. I feel like we can all agree this is objectively good and basically move on. YouTube will soon require content creators to disclose if their video was created with AI. This may not sound super serious on the surface, but how many YouTube channels have you clicked on where you thought you were going to watch like a good video made by an actual person, but it wasn't even a low-effort clickbaiter? It was straight up an AI channel that was just reading with a robot voice or an AI voice, like a Wikipedia page or something. Hightail Spins, for example. Yeah, one of the worst clickbaiters making like fake clickbait hightail content, like hightail release date, like every other week for the last 5 years. Those channels would now be breaking YouTube's TOS if they do not report that they are AI, and it will be clearly marked, which means you'll know if a channel is going to be an AI channel before you click it. And if you click a channel and it's AI and it's not marked, you can report it, and it will now be breaking TOS, and the channel could possibly be breaking grounds for termination. So this is a big deal. It is a really smart move. We really have needed this for a while. Channels that are literally just AI view click farms have been a real plight on the platform for the last year. I'm glad YouTube's been proactive and has dealt with it within a year of the problem really getting to be an issue. Reddit, Am I the Asshole posts with Minecraft parkour background channels are going to be in shambles, Xanderhall. Yeah, but those videos aren't generally AI channels. Those videos may use AI voices, although many of them don't. But even the ones that do, there's typically a person behind the scenes making the video. When I talk about AI channels, I'm talking about channels that are literally like, oh my god, what? Have you gotten one of those ads where it's like an AI voice and it's like, the US government doesn't want you to have this lighter. This torch can put out 3,500 degrees of heat and can even create a light so bright it's brighter than a light bulb in a dark room. And it's like a clear AI voice, and it tries to convince you it's selling you some barely legal government loophole gadget or something. I get those ads a lot on my TV. Those ads are made by AI. They're also against YouTube and Google's own TOS, and Google is getting sued for those ads being on their platform. Yeah. It's something. 85% of all science news accounts are just AI copy pastas? Yeah. Completely true. Oh! Anyway, That change is really, really unanimously popular, I think. But here, my lovely, lovely viewers, is where I'm about to posit one of the changes YouTube has been for a while talking about implementing that I like, many people don't. And I've already explained my reasons why I like it, but I feel because I'm just Xanderhall, just some guy, a lot of people don't take what I say seriously. Which is why I was mind blown when a YouTuber I've looked up to for so long, I mean, he's literally, he's a childhood YouTuber, for lack of a better term. A man who absolutely, positively does not fucking look like me, made a video agreeing with me on this take. Captain Sparkles. That's right, Jordan Marone, aka Captain Sparkles, recently made a video on his second channel called My Unpopular Opinion on Ad Block. In this video, I've simply never heard a better, more concise and research-backed explanation of why YouTube cracking down on ad blockers and flooding the site with ads is actually a good thing. I know, this sounds fucking crazy. Before you leave a comment, please bear with me, hear me out, and hear Captain Sparkles out. We know what we're talking about. These takes are coming from a place of understanding the fundamental state of the internet and the evolution of the internet as a platform. So, let's watch. We're actually probably going to end up watching this whole video, but I'm going to try to add a lot of commentary so I'm not just straight re-uploading it. But of course, the link to the original video will be down in the description. Please go send as much support as you can to the original video. I imagine many of you already know of him. You know, it's Captain Sparkles. You know who he is. If you know who I am, you know who he is.
I'm going to risk dipping my toes into some controversy today and talk about YouTube's recent crackdown on ad blockers. Obviously, I'm going to be a little bit biased, right? I've been making YouTube videos full-time for the last about 13 years. It's the only career I've ever had. I have no other marketable skills whatsoever. And so in effect, people watching advertisements has allowed me to not have to go learn something useful to survive in the world. Obviously, ad blockers are not a new thing. They existed before I even started making YouTube.
You know what's funny? I'm going to rewind it because I want him to talk for a bit. Captain Sparkles actually looks astonishingly like my uncle. My oldest uncle. He actually looks astonishingly like my oldest uncle
I've ever had. I have no other marketable skills whatsoever. And so in effect, people watching advertisements has allowed me to not have to go learn something useful to survive in the world. Obviously, ad blockers are not a new thing. They existed before I even started making YouTube videos. And so here I want to explore a couple things. One is, why now? After all these years, did YouTube decide, okay, it's the time. Let's crack down on these things that have always existed. And two, exploring the sentiment that I've seen in response to these evolving changes. But before that, just a bit of context, because there are those of you watching this who simply watch ads on YouTube. There are also those of you who are YouTube Premium subscribers, and I guess thank you to both of you, but you probably wouldn't have seen any of the things around this. So a quick Google search will show a lot of recent news stories about YouTube cracking down on.
All right, brief aside, I want to clarify. While yes, I use YouTube Premium, and so I don't have to watch ads, thank God. I mean, obviously, you've never seen ads pop up when I'm covering videos. And there's also tons of other benefits that make YouTube Premium really worth it for me, notably downloading videos so you can watch them on your phone or whatever platform or device when your internet isn't active. Like, if you've, say, got like a big backlog of videos you plan to watch later, you can hit a button that downloads them natively into your browser on YouTube, and then if your internet goes out or something and you still have power, you can just like bring up your YouTube, go into your downloaded videos, and watch those videos that were set in your backlog you'd been meaning to watch while you literally can't watch anything else. Such a useful thing. There's a million scenarios where that like feature becomes handy. And then deleting and removing them from that library is super easy too, so you don't clog up your memory and your like storage and all that. But like, I use YouTube Premium, and despite that, I fully recognize that the amount of ads on YouTube right now is unwatchable. I didn't have YouTube Premium for a while because YouTube wasn't accepting my card for some weird bullshit reason I managed to fix by calling Google support. But I had to watch YouTube with ads on my TV in my living room, and it is downright unwatchable. It is ads every minute on many videos. The shorter the video, the more mid-rolls. And the mid-rolls will be like a 15-second unskippable, 2 back-to-back 10-second unskippable ads, or like 1 5-second skippable ad. It's just the ones that require you to do something are a pain in the ass, like clicking to skip it, because you have to like sit up and like click the button and all that. It's a pain in the ass. But then there's also the ones that don't let you skip, and that's a pain in the ass because they're long and you have to sit there and wait them out when you're watching the video. And they always hit right when the video's getting interesting, because YouTube has AI that scans the videos, or someone manually puts them there, because you can manually put them there. So it'll be like they ask a question, like a rhetorical question that they're about to answer, and you really want to hear what they're about to say, cut straight to an ad. It is just so fucking unpleasant. I am going to defend that in this video. It sounds crazy, but when you hear why Google arguably has to do this, then you'll understand why.
And ad blockers, and what that looks like is now when you go to watch a YouTube video, if you have one of a set of ad blockers, and this is going to be a whack-a-mole game on YouTube's side, is you'll get this display notification that says ad blockers violate YouTube's terms of service. Looks like you have an ad blocker. Either disable it or get YouTube Premium, and then you can continue watching the video. Now, ad blocker blockers are also not a new thing, and Google, being one of the biggest tech companies in the world, and one that exists because of advertisements, they would be aware of this since they were first created, if Google wasn't actually the company that first created it in-house. So it begs the question, why did it...
I don't care, stop defending capitalists. I should frankly ban you for your lip, but I'm not defending capitalists. I'm defending the ability for YouTube as a platform to exist. Because primarily, even beyond the fact that I do my job on YouTube, I would sacrifice my channel on YouTube to keep the platform up so that I could continue to enjoy it for my own entertainment. Like before I would like keep that income, but allow YouTube as a platform to fall. But I'd like keep my notoriety in my career. I like YouTube existing. I think most of you like YouTube existing more than you even realize. Gen Z and Gen Alpha, I guess, is like the new gen of like young people or whatever. I don't even know. Pretty much have substituted YouTube and Twitch as their entire media consumption source out, like besides TV. Like there's streaming services, but like there are Gen Alpha kids, like the youngest kids that are like 4 or 5 right now, that may actually never watch cable by the time they're 10 years old. A single time. They'll have only ever watched, like, streaming services on Roku sticks and consoles and PCs and YouTube and Twitch and TikTok. Why watch cable? Can you imagine the average Zoomer's attention span having to sit through an ad break on cable? I haven't watched cable in untold years. With that in mind, you would think that the fact that so many people are flocking to YouTube and consuming content there, that this means that there is no financial issue, right? Like, surely higher demand means higher profit. That's just the how capitalism works, right? Well, here's the thing. Capitalism actually doesn't work all that well. So what you would think would happen isn't actually what's happening. And what's really going down is ad dollars, or sorry, ad space, as in how much a slot where an ad could go is worth to a company, is dropping and has been dropping for years. I will elaborate more on this in a bit, but it will continue to drop, and the only way to even attempt to fight against it is to increase the amount of ads. This ruins the user experience, but YouTube is coming up with a solution. You may not like it, but it's what's happening, and I have a feeling you guys are not going to resort to the non-existent alternatives. Let's watch.
It take them, 15 years of YouTube ownership to decide now is the time that we're going to take a stand on the site. My theory for why now is, oh God, it's going to sound so boring, but I find it interesting. I think it's a response to the macroeconomic conditions with higher interest rates. And also, I think it's the fact that YouTube has essentially hit the total addressable market of the internet connected world. And as such, they can't really grow the user base of the platform further. And so what they need to do is optimize each.
YouTube's reached the point of market saturation where its reach is limited by the reach of the internet. The only limit to YouTube's growth now is internet infrastructure. YouTube grows now every time a new country gets the internet. Like, it's not a matter of, like, there are people online using the internet that aren't on YouTube, don't have YouTube accounts, aren't using the platform. No. Everyone's using YouTube. Everyone's on YouTube if they're on the internet at all, like, in any way. Sorry, is there, like, a white noise on my stream? I hope not. Is there, like, a white noise static? Let me be silent for a sec. Doesn't really seem like it. There's, like, barely a little audible, like, bump when I'm silent. A fan. It could be a fan, yeah. Okay. Kinda. Okay, if it's barely noticeable, then it should be fine. Anyway, it's your fans. I don't actually have any fans in here. Maybe it's my computer fans. That would make sense. Anyway, he is right. He is right, and he's going to elaborate here. I don't want to interrupt, and I want to let him speak, because he is based as fuck for this.
Fact that YouTube has essentially hit the total addressable market of the internet connected world. And as such, they can't really grow the user base of the platform further. And so what they need to do is optimize each segment of users. And for a long time now, they've been able to add more users across the world. And also they've had enough of a population on their own in-house apps that don't have ad blocker. And so they've been able to let slide the folks who are using web browsers to watch the videos. But now, with the addition of higher interest rates and that less user growth, they're looking to optimize the existing user base of the platform in any way they can in order to increase the revenue per user of the site. And while Google, or Alphabet in this case, is a publicly traded company and they have to release their earnings.
For those who don't know, Alphabet is the name of the company that owns Google. Google is like a product, is like a sub company under Alphabet. You know how it's like every company is owned, every brand is owned by a company, it's owned by a company, it's owned by a company, and all those are owned by like 4 companies at the end of like the strings. Alphabet is the company at the end of Google's strings.
Every quarter. They don't actually isolate YouTube's finances in the release, but it is theorized that even to this day, with the total internet population of the world essentially tapped into, that the platform is still not profitable. For a long time, this may not have mattered all that much. I'm not going to go into the specifics as to why in a zero interest rate environment, it's less important to become profitable quickly as it is in a higher interest rate environment, but it is the case. And so in the higher interest rate environment, again, they might say, look, we actually really need to prioritize making YouTube as a standalone entity profitable when it's not now, especially because we can't rely on bringing in more users to try to drive that profitability. And look, again, outside of Google's own...
Now, I want to add a little detail that I don't know if Captain Sparkles adds himself. You may be wondering, why is YouTube expensive? Why is YouTube like a money sink for Google? Like, sure, there's engineers, employees, interns, CEOs, and they got like land they've built their offices on, and you know, like servers and stuff like that. But like, how much money for a company like Alphabet, for Google, How much money could that really be dipping into their wallets, right? Into their funds. But you have to think about how much money it costs to store data. Google/YouTube, on the surface, is a video hosting and sharing platform. In reality, they are a data storage platform. They also are the ones storing all of the data in your emails, by the way. Like, if you use Gmail, you know how it says, like, you have this much data left? That's their servers storing your info. Everything you email, send, receive, store in your emails, and don't delete, that's all saved on their servers, too, on top of YouTube and countless other things, because they also do Google. YouTube is one of the biggest sinks on their servers, though. Do you know how much video is uploaded on YouTube as of every day as of 2016? So much video is uploaded on YouTube back in 2016 alone, every hour. No human could watch all the videos uploaded in that hour in their lifetime. Even if they just watched every video back to back to back, no eating, sleeping, using the bathroom, anything, they wouldn't be able to watch all those videos in their lifetime, because that is how many hours of video were uploaded to YouTube every hour. Now imagine that is happening 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, for what, almost 20 years now? That is a lot of fucking data. Like, unfucking believable amounts of data. I'm actually curious how much it is. I wonder if Google has ever, like, published that. If there is a total number, like, I wonder if there's even a word for the, like, the amount, like, the data unit that is, right? Because, you know, it's like gigabyte, terabyte. What would that be? Xanderhall, I just looked it up. YouTube is speculated to have at least 1 exabyte, which is 1 million terabytes worth of data. Jesus Christ. At least 1 exabyte. And that is definitely a low-balling guess. And that's just YouTube. Not any other part of Google, like Gmail, which is huge. So, with that in mind, 1 exabyte is almost inconceivable. It is. It's practically inconceivable. It is buildings upon buildings upon buildings, countless square feet of massive, massive machines that are just racks of storage servers in order to accommodate this. Usually cooled in, like, pools of liquid. You guys know that's how they have to cool that much data, right? Like, let me show you, like, what it's like. Data cooling liquid. Dude, it's so fucking neat when they, like, immerse servers. Immersion cooling, here it is. Look at this shit. This is a much smaller scale thing. They use oil. This is, like, baby oil is a good use, but mineral oil, just in general, is what they use. And it's non-conductive. It's not like water. So while it does gunk up and ruin a lot of components if you were to take it out and, like, try to use it, as long as you keep it submerged in the oil moving, it keeps everything clean and very cool. But yeah. So, like, imagine that on a large scale, right? And like, that's just an example of, like, a way data storage is done. So that is just an inconceivable amount of money, and here's the problem. The one way that YouTube has been, like, made money for a long time, which is ad dollars, has progressively become less and less and less and less and less profitable. Companies, just in general, that would advertise online when the internet was still fresh and new, highly overestimated how effective internet advertising would be. The assumption was the internet will allow for advertisements to reach countless untold amounts of people. It will be revolutionary. It will be huge. The problem is, people very quickly became conditioned to ignore internet ads. And it actually became the case that internet ads are some of the least effective forms of advertising ever. Road signs are more effective advertising than internet ads. And so because of this, The value has been dropping and dropping and dropping and will continue to do so indefinitely. The only way for YouTube to actually even eke out anything close to profit, they won't get profit, but even close to profit, is to flood the site with more ads. Here's the thing, though. That's not actually their solution. As a YouTube Premium subscriber, I know what their true solution is. YouTube is trying to become a subscription service. And they are going to do it successfully. Many of you guys are going to meet some really harsh realities in the coming years. That the internet that we've all been accustomed to and in love with for so long, where everything is free and you're just allowed to kind of just fuck around and do what you want on these free platforms, and it's all about having fun and doing what you want, is going to slowly die. As the internet becomes more and more and more of a capitalist hellscape. The Wild West is going away. As much of a crazy, insane idea as what Elon did with making like Twitter like pay to post was, that is the future of the internet. Elon just did it too soon and too jarringly. Platforms have been boiling the frog with this for a while. In the future, most websites are going to require you to pay to post. Maybe not pay to browse, but to pay to post. No doubt, the meta is slowly becoming. Free users watch with tons of ads that are basically unbearable to pressure them into paying to get a subscription, which is far more profitable than them watching the pittance of ads, even if we flooded them. This is why we need a people's revolt now. You can say that, but at the same time, we went over how fucking insane the cost of running YouTube is, right? YouTube has to actually be profitable. It's not a bad idea. Paying $15 a month or $20 a month, whatever it is, for YouTube Premium, although I do think they really need to localize the prices. They really need to localize the prices for YouTube Premium. That's the big problem with that, is that people in a lot of other countries literally cannot afford it because the prices aren't localized. YouTube needs to localize the prices. And at that point, I think it's not a bad idea. Make it like Netflix or whatever. Or like Prime Video, Hulu. Make it a subscription service. That is the future of YouTube. The sooner they do it, the better. I know it sucks that the free era of the internet we've been so accustomed to is going away, but you got to remember, the internet is unbelievably young. The internet is so unbelievably young, and we've been fools to think it would stay the way it has been forever. Anyway, let's continue.
Accounting department, it's purely speculation on my part that YouTube may still not be profitable as a standalone entity. But even so, if that is the case, it's not like...
On top of that, Google bought YouTube prior to the 2008 financial crisis, if I recall correctly. I think they bought YouTube in like 2007 or 2006. I'm pretty certain the purchase was pre-2008 financial crisis. That was bad, but the 2008 financial crisis wasn't as bad as the current financial crisis we've been in, mostly due to how prolonged this one has been. Captain Sparkles is right. It was 2007 at the latest? Okay. Captain Sparkles is right. Interest rates are up significantly right now. It's a big part of why the economy is so fucked, is how high interest rates are. That is a huge part of why Alphabet is probably feeling pressure to make YouTube more profitable right fucking now. Immediately. And not put it off. Because the economy is making the cut they're being forced to pay to keep YouTube as sort of this monopoly piece a lot more big. That slice has gotten a lot larger due to COVID in large part. Yeah, investors put a lot of pressure when stuff like that happens. When there's just massive red line go down, investors start getting angry. And even if there's like a reasonable belief that things could get better in the future and we don't need to act irrationally and rashly now, doesn't matter. CEOs and shareholders and whatnot. They want their money. The investors want their money. They want their return.
Some huge shortcoming on YouTube's part, serving video to people is really, really expensive. And that's why when you look out there really aren't many competitors to YouTube because it requires so much money and infrastructure to make it happen.
You guys have no idea how much money it costs to just start a YouTube competitor. Nebula was started by a millionaire, like entrepreneur guy. It is really hard to invest the money and capital necessary to even start a tiny little startup competitor to YouTube. That's not even talking about the cost of just running the actual YouTube.
That competitors can't just pop up out of nowhere. And you look at sites like Twitch and the growing pains that they're going through. Again, it's because of how expensive it is. And once you can't rely on just VC funding or the fact that growth is going to justify this happening in the future, you suddenly have to make some changes to try to hit profitability. Anyway, that's my theory on the why now. Macroeconomics. Anybody still out there watching this?
I am.
Okay,
I love
well,
this
for the
shit.
two of you who are still there, now let's get into the controversy, because I've seen some of the reception to this in comments and Reddit threads and things like that. And I think there are a couple camps of people here. But one of the stances I kind of disagree with is the folks who I've seen say, well, this is ridiculous. I should be able to use my ad block to watch whatever I want ad-free on YouTube for free. And I'm not going to like stand here and shame those people and say, oh.
I got so much hate for saying that I, as a content creator, am actually excited about YouTube cracking down on ad blockers. And people gave me shit. My own audience gave me shit. And it's like, really? You who are admitting to me you watch my content for free with ad block on, so not only are you consuming it for free, but you are also watching it in such a way that ensures I receive no financial compensation from the company. Not from you, but the company in return. Unless you use YouTube Premium, in which case you wouldn't be using ad blocker because you have no ads with YouTube Premium. Like, and you're like giving me shit for being happy that YouTube's cracking down on that. I use ad block. Well, I guess you'd use ad block for other sites. I mean, YouTube ad block, you know? I get if you're upset about that. Like, you like being able to freeload, but you can't be upset about not being able to freeload anymore and also be upset at the YouTuber being happy that you won't be able to freeload anymore, right? Like, you can't be upset the content creator who's been making free content for you is happy he's going to be able to make more money through means that do not cost you any money. It really feels like a level of entitlement that's bizarre, you know? I wonder if it has something to do with, like, parasocial relationship or something. Like, people feel like they're a special viewer. I don't know. I don't even know.
How dare you not support the creators or something like that? Like, whatever. People want to do that. That's on them if they are able to get away with it. But on the other end, how is it at all surprising that YouTube would act against this in order to try to monetize the users of the site? Because, again, if they're not earning any revenue off of you watching ads, they are losing money serving you that video bandwidth. And as a publicly traded company, well, any company
feels like a bad take. How are you guys socialists? How do you guys call yourself socialists? How do you call yourself socialists? One of the few... Okay. YouTubers make videos and publish them on a platform where ads run on those videos, which are put there by the platform who works with the companies that you know paid for the ads to put them there, and then the platform pays you. People get paid based on how many viewers actually see the ads. YouTube is advanced. They know who's seen ads and who has had ads blocked. An ad blocked view is only worth a view, which is nice. Like, I appreciate the view and everything. I don't want to act like I'm ungrateful for that. Like, I appreciate you watching me even if you do use ad block. My point is, the anger at me for liking that YouTube is doing this, when one, there's objectively good reasons why YouTube has been making these changes for the sake of its ability to exist as a platform, and two, the fact that like I'm a content creator who makes like not a crazy amount of money by any means on YouTube and could absolutely use a pay bump. Actually, every YouTuber could use a pay bump, and that is what this has been doing and will continue to do. Yeah, no, I think it's good. I think YouTubers making more money is good. I also thought it was a bad take, Xander Hall, but after hearing your perspective on it, I've changed my mind on it. I appreciate that. I think it's even fine to disagree with me, as long as you hear what I have to say, but saying bad take or feels like a bad take, what does that even mean? Like, this early on is, like, you're already demonstrating you're not willing to hear my entire dissertation.
Really, but even more so a publicly traded company, their goal is to deliver value to shareholders.
Then ask YouTube to stop treating you like a piece of shit. This is the last thing you get to hear before I ban you, Poigster. Hey, YouTube, can you please stop treating me like shit? We have no power. What are you talking about? Are you fucking, like, why do I have to entertain arguments from people whose understanding of these platforms and the basic economics and functionality of this entire space is so outside of reality? Like, why do I have to entertain people like that? I do anyway, because I feel that, you know, maybe there's people that think like that are genuinely just misguided, but that person in particular gets the ban for annoying me the entire stream so far. I gave them so many chances, okay? I gave them so many. So many. Anyway, though, allow me to continue.
And you may not agree with that. You may think, well, they're big enough already. They don't deserve to get anything more from me. You shouldn't be surprised that they take an action like this in order to try to not lose money showing video to a user. And I do think it's a fairly entitled perspective to say, well, I deserve to be able to watch ad-free for free. And I'm not going to say, look, you're taking money out of my pocket, whatever. You would say, well, you, Jardon, you've made enough money in your time on YouTube. And then maybe that is true as well. But I'm also in the same bucket of getting ad served as someone who is just breaking in and they've had their first month of deciding, I'm going to.
Here's my advice to all of you, okay? YouTube is inevitably going to be a subscription service platform effectively within 5 years. Mark my words. In less than 5 years, functionally, YouTube is going to be a subscription service, like Netflix. It will still technically be accessible for free, but the ad experience, the ad blockers will get progressively more advanced to the point where YouTube is just going to implement daily updates to like crush ad blockers. Like you just won't be able to keep up. Eventually you will give up and you won't bother updating them or finding a new one because it's just such a, they will keep going forever. You will eventually get tired. It's just, that is how it is, right? So eventually, if you're going to watch YouTube without having to be flooded with ads, you're going to have to give in to what YouTube wants you to do. And I know that sounds bad. To an extent, I feel like it kind of is. But here's the best thing you can do. Make a YouTube channel. Make a YouTube channel. This is even more beneficial if you live in a country that has a currency that is way less valuable than the US dollar. Like, I don't know, the Philippines, for example. If you can get paid by Alphabet, in USD, and say you live in the Philippines or, like, Croatia or something, you will be making an absurdly high income in that country, for starters, due to YouTube not localizing its like, payments and prices means that people who are YouTubers in those countries end up getting paid a fuck ton. They are making a lot of money But then, even if they'd be making like minimum wage in America or something. But then on the other hand, the prices for like YouTube Premium for people in those countries are ridiculously high because once again, the prices aren't localized. That aside though, start a YouTube channel and start making videos. It can be vlogs, find something you enjoy. Hell, if you like animals, find like funny animals and just like record videos of them out in the wild and post them. If you've been thinking about something you could do well making YouTube videos, try it. See if you can just make a small amount of money from YouTube, because if you can make 15 or 20 bucks a month from YouTube ad revenue or viewership or just from YouTube, guess what you can pay off? YouTube Premium. And maybe much more, obviously, but it is not that unfeasible to say that if you really put your effort into it, you could pay off your YouTube Premium by doing YouTube. And hey, it's fun. You just need a phone. You legitimately just need a phone. I think if anything, YouTube should actually design their ads so they target people's actual interests. Making a working ad block for non-premium users would also go in their favor. Ads aren't the problem, it's the fact that they suck. Well, YouTube's not only just stretching into this, they're also, I don't know if you guys have seen this, YouTube Premium is also giving you games. They're adding games like Angry Birds and like tons of like flash game type things to YouTube Premium. I don't know if you've seen it, but if you like go to your homepage on YouTube Premium now, or when you have YouTube Premium now, you can scroll down to games, and it's not gaming content, it's games. You can straight up play browser games on YouTube now if you have YouTube Premium. So, yeah, like, YouTube is really trying to make it so... Oh, it's just Premium now? Premium, sure. They're really trying to make it so that people are exclusively paying for Premium. Also, they encourage it within the YouTuber's payment as well. A Premium viewer is worth more than an ad viewer.
To do this full time, and so there's not really a way to separate the two of those things either. Again, though, if you want...
Nope, I stopped using Hulu a decade ago and they started doing ads. I'll cut YouTube off too. Bonk. Are you just saying that you're just going to stop watching me when YouTube does this? Why would you say that in my chat? You're saying you're just going to stop watching me? Not only do I know you're full of shit, you're going to buckle and continue to pay, and you're going to buckle to the company because you're human and there's no other alternative. But why would you say that to me? My favorite thing is that the only response people can have to this take is to outright tell me, oh yeah, Xander Hall? Well, I hope that you end up in financial ruin. I'm not going to support you. I hope no one does. Like, that's literally the only response you can have to my take. What? Dog. Who said that? Miss Sturwin? Have they said anything else in chat? Alright, Mr. Win. I am going to do you a favor. Your quitting YouTube has been expedited. Oh, wait, no, that's an ignore. No. No. We're not doing a slash ignore. We want to... Alright, someone do a permaban. I can't get it to work. God, my site's UI can be fucky. I accidentally just did ignore. Go ahead and ban.
Want to play the part of the mole in the game of whack-a-mole with YouTube figuring out how to block each new ad blocker that circumvents their new policy. Like, you can do that, but it seems strange to be upset and think that they shouldn't take a stand against that. And look, to give a little bit of equal airtime here and not focus entirely on one side, I've seen responses to those sorts of comments I just talked about that said, yeah, dude, just get YouTube Premium. And I mean, look, I do all right for myself. And when I saw the price increase from like, I don't know, $10 to $14 a month a couple months ago, I was like, are you, what?
Oh, it's $14 a month. That is, like, $14 a month isn't nothing. Let's be clear. I'm not going to say $14 a month isn't nothing. All right? Like, that is, like, almost 2 hours of pay. Like if you're working minimum wage, like $7.50, $7.85 is like minimum wage in most states. Some states it's like a flat 8. So that would like that is about 2 hours of work for most people. If they're working like minimum wage, right? 1 hour for me, but that's a fair amount of money, right? That like that $14 can cover some groceries, you know? That can cover some groceries. If you have a gas bill, that's practically your entire gas bill, you know? Like, at least for me it was whenever I had a gas bill. It was like $15 a month. It was like nothing. But like, yeah, I can definitely see that being a issue for sure for some people. But it is actually a lot cheaper than I thought. Like, it's not that expensive if in return you get the YouTube viewing experience that, like, you've honestly probably never had unless you used ad block. And then on top of that, you get other benefits such as way more support to the creators you watch. Like, if you get YouTube Premium, every single time you watch a YouTuber that you like, you are supporting them more than any other type of viewer. And you're not getting any ads. And you'll get a bunch of other cool features too. Every YouTuber, it's not just me. Like if you have or YouTube Premium and you watch me, obviously it benefits me, but every other YouTuber you watch is getting benefited from it too, for every view as well. The more people using YouTube Premium, the better it is for the platform, for reasons we already discussed due to cost of running it, as well as the better it is for every single content creator.
Bro, it's like 40%.
Oh God. And we virtue signal, so like I see you guys virtue signal so much about how much, like earlier in the stream you guys were virtue signaling about how rough YouTubers have it. Like, why doesn't YouTube treat their creators well? Like, oh, YouTube treats you like shit. You were laughing at the Dubus Goobus video. But now when we talk about a solution, the only solution that actually fixes the problem and can fix the problem, everyone's against it. Not everyone, but a lot of people are against it. And the funny thing is, the majority of YouTubers that are against it are big YouTubers. Small YouTubers and medium-sized YouTubers my size are in favor of this change. Captain Sparkles is one of the few large YouTubers honest enough and who has the balls enough to come forward and say his actual opinion. All those big YouTubers can afford, frankly, whether or not YouTube makes the change, they can afford it, right? Like, they aren't going to, like, they're big YouTubers, right? But they can afford to virtue signal to their audience, and since these changes are inevitable, and they'll also rake in the benefit. It's hardcore virtue signaling when big YouTubers say they're against this. Medium-sized YouTubers who are financially not well off are very much in favor of this change. Like, seriously, sitting through an ad is annoying, but it doesn't cost anything? Well, even then, like, I don't think you should sit through the ads. I think you should buy YouTube Premium. I think it's well worth it. I genuinely do. And I know people who say they never will and that they're just going to quit watching YouTube, and I just say, okay. All right, goodbye. Cool, 'cause these changes are coming soon. Like, if you think you're going to have, like, years of YouTube to watch up ahead of you with ad block, no. You don't have that long till according to you, YouTube's just not a part of your life anymore. And if you think that's the thing you can do, you can enjoy cable or TikTok or Twitch or whatever your alternative is, then power to you.
And I mean, look, I do all right for myself. And when I saw the price increase from, like, I don't know, $10 to $14 a month a couple months ago, I was like, are you what? Bro, it's like a 40% increase in price on YouTube Premium. This is wild. I mean, inflation's, it's going pretty wild, but 40%, I don't think we're there yet in the CPI. Oh my goodness.
It's a lot.
So, like, I understand also not wanting to fork over the $14 a month, which I think is the new price now. Even though I've continued with it myself, I guess for me it feels more like an obligation, like it's my way to give back, versus it necessarily being something that is worth the $14. Although I will say, getting to listen to videos with the phone, black screened, is a very important feature. So they might still actually have me on that. And look, another component that I can empathize with on the pushback is that not only is YouTube trying to serve more people ads by getting rid of the blockers, but they are also trying to serve more ads to every person. And ads simply are a bit more intrusive now than they were years back. And I even wish that on my end, I could go into my channel settings and I could say, you know what? I don't really
We have no control over this shit.
want to have political campaign ads showing up on my videos because it's just, I don't know. Is that what I want to associate with my content? But I don't have the ability to make those changes on my end. I'm simply subjected to the ads that Google wish.
There's nothing I can do about the fact that literal hate group, like far-right shit, advertises on my videos. PragerU ads appear on my videos. I have no control over what appears.
To show that match my content. So it's definitely not a perfect system. But what I will say is that the system they have in place, in terms of the amount of ads that they are serving to people, they don't really just mess around and fire off a global site change without doing a significant amount of testing beforehand with smaller subsets of users. And so when you see, oh my goodness, it seems like they've started serving more ads, or you see, hey, what the heck, they have stopped allowing my ad blocker. If it's a global change at that point, there is a very, very good chance that the data they got from their many, many iterations of small tests with small subsets of users, they have seen that it's actually worked positively in favor of their goals as a company.
This is the fact that so many people are not willing to accept. People keep saying, and I've even said it myself, YouTube is getting worse, YouTube is getting worse, YouTube is getting worse. But guess what isn't saying YouTube is getting worse? The numbers. YouTube's not making money, that's true. But the numbers are going up. New users joining, viewership is going up, uploaded hours are going up, watched hours are going up consistently, exponentially even. Not exponentially, but very quickly. Channels are growing, yeah. Like Mr. Beast is now at what? It's like 200 plus million subs, 215 million subs, I think he's at. The biggest of YouTube channels are getting bigger. The average channel that's considered like a big channel is getting bigger. It used to be 100,000 subs was considered a big channel. Now 100,000 subs is considered like a small niche YouTuber. Like maybe an up-and-comer, but they might fall off, you know? Like 100K subs now is nothing. I mean, not as I'm not saying this is an insult, but like in the grand scheme of things, by YouTube standards these days, 100K subs is nothing when like there are YouTubers who have over 200 million, right? So it's like the scale has just gone up and up and up and up and up. So we can say the platform's just gotten worse, but that is not reflecting in the amount of people using the platform. The data that YouTube has access to is way better than what we have access to. So whether you like these changes or not, or you're personally going to leave, just know YouTube has the data that shows the vast majority of people will not leave. The vast majority of people will suck it up, and frankly, more likely than not, fork over the $14. And YouTube will be making more money than they ever were before. And content creators will be making more money than they ever were before. And the changes will be unpopular at first, but in hindsight, we'll all recognize that it had to be done, as the entire internet changes before our very eyes over the course of the years, a boiling of the frog. And the internet in 5 years from now, 10 years from now especially, will be unrecognizable from the internet we have today, and certainly the internet we had 10 years ago. I'm not talking about the culture. I'm talking about like what you can do, what sites you can access and how you access them. It is going to be very different. The capitalismization of the internet is truly beginning is really beginning to accelerate.
Company. And so that's why, like in the past, I used to...
Zan, I'm still not convinced by this argument so far, but if I was absolutely forced to endure ads, I'd prefer to be able to choose what ads I see, like literally being able to go through a list of companies or services and accept what I want to see. That would be ideal, but there's just, I am not arguing that there isn't a better way to do it. I'm not arguing that there isn't a way to tweak this solution to make it perfect as far as solutions that would work go. The problem is this is happening. Like, there's nothing I can say. Like, nothing I say changes that. This is happening. And I am trying to point out to you why it's happening and trying to point out the silver lining in why it's happening so that you can all understand that this isn't just YouTube being evil and disconnected and out of touch. Like, you're going to hear a lot of stupid, uninformed people say, this is happening for good reason, and this is a very smart business decision. Arguably the only decision that could have been made. The inevitable point that we are going to end up at. And the only thing you can do is prepare. Mentally, and maybe even financially.
Complain all the time about changes to the site. Like, why are you burying the subscriptions tab? It's all algorithmic now. People aren't going to see my videos as much. Why are you getting rid of the cool custom
Thank you for the raid, Tipster.
Channel page designs, all this sort of stuff. And I've learned over time, again, YouTube they don't make changes lightly. They test and test and test.
They do.
But what they're testing for is, do those changes work towards their goals as a website? Not as much, do those goals help Jardon making his videos? And so while I'm not excited, that is the reality, and I've simply learned to accept it. And the same is true here. And so I see an article like this. YouTube's crackdown spurs record uninstalls of ad blockers. So you see people saying, like, how could they do this? I should be able to watch with my ad blocker. But their tests have determined that people are actually more likely to cave and get rid of the ad blocker.
Damn right.
Because they value the content that they're watching more.
The people in chat saying they will not pay for ad block, or they will not pay for premium, they will quit YouTube, they won't watch the ads, they'll just keep installing new ad blockers, they will cave. The data shows they will cave. They are just trying to talk themselves up. This is the future.
More than they do the inconvenience of having to watch the ad in order to access it. Now, you could argue in a case like this where it says, oh, usually there's 6,000 uninstallations per day. Now it's almost doubled to 11,000. Well, maybe some of those people are spiking to even 52,000 here. Maybe some of those people are just, they're playing the part of the mole again in the whack-a-mole game, trying to switch to another that can get around the new policy. So it's hard to know what's happening there, but it reminds me very much of the case with Netflix.
It shows that they actually have to do something. Imagine, like, every day when YouTube updates, because YouTube patches every day, sometimes multiple times a day. Imagine every day when YouTube releases a patch and they stomp your ad blocker, you have to go uninstall your ad blocker, which is a whole, like, click, 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 and then go search up a new ad blocker extension, scroll till you find one that's updated today, most recently, and works, and then install that, and then enjoy it until the next day or the next patch that could happen that same day, and re-breaks your ad blocker. People will cave. They simply will. Also, what he's about to say about Netflix is super fucking true. If you want to... So how many of you guys think that Netflix is currently suffering for the unpopular changes they've been making? Think again.
Other that can get around the new policy. So it's hard to know what's happening there, but it reminds me very much of the case with Netflix over the last year. Remember when Netflix said, love is sharing a password? Yeah, well, then back in, I think, May, it was, they were like, you know what? Just kidding. Our stock is way, way down and our growth prospects aren't looking super great. So, we didn't delete this tweet. We're not entirely sure why, but yeah, we're making a change. Look, so Netflix, they got real low there. And then they ended up having to make some changes to their business model. They introduced the ad-supported tier. And they also decided, yeah, we're not going to let you share passwords outside of the same household anymore. And they really changed their policy on that. And everyone at the time was like, frick this. I'm not going to get Netflix if I can't use so-and-so relative's password login. They're gonna get my boycott. This is going to be the end of Netflix. Well, actually, it worked out pretty well for them, and they've converted a lot of those password sharers into new accounts. They have a whole bunch of people on board in the ad-supported tiers, and they're...
This was when everyone was talking about Netflix was going to die, and Netflix was literally, arguably, actually going to die. They implemented that unpopular change, and now Netflix is back, heading northeast. It doesn't seem like it's on any chance of stopping anytime soon. When people online talk about how they're gonna boycott, they're gonna leverage their wallet, especially for programs like Netflix and YouTube, such fundamental, unescapable platforms. People are gonna put up with it for as long as it is actually capable of being used. Twitter might be the only exception to this, because Twitter is actually functionally breaking. There are days where Twitter just won't load your timeline and you can't post anything, or you get post limited or whatever, rate limited. So with Twitter, that might be the exception, because even if you do pay, the site will just break. But besides that, this stuff works. These unpopular changes that everyone talks about they're going to boycott these services for work.
Share price has ticked right back up, and the Netflix password sharing crackdown is officially working.
You guys want to hear a funny one? A Blizzard employee leaked this recently. Or ex-Blizzard employee leaked this recently. A $15 store mount from World of Warcraft made more money than all of StarCraft 2 did. Period. For Blizzard. One single $15 store mount made Blizzard more money than all of StarCraft 2. What's a store mount? A mount you can get to ride on in World of Warcraft that you buy from the store. The in-game store with real money. Technically, you can use gold. If you use the gold to buy a WoW token and then turn the WoW token into wallet Blizzard money, or money in your Blizzard wallet, and then use that to buy the mount. But yeah. And guess what? Store mounts are one of the most hated things in the WoW community. But guess what? Store mounts are the biggest income source Blizzard has. Yeah. That's capitalism for you.
Working despite that pushback that we saw initially. People ended up deciding the content actually was more...
A sub-based game should never have a cash shop? Yeah, that's why I mostly play Classic. Because Classic has none of the bullshit that retail has.
More valuable in the end. And so this YouTube ad block scenario...
by the way... You could practically use YouTube as a replacement for most streaming services. How many shows and movies have you seen advertised to you for rent on YouTube, or are just straight up available with YouTube Premium? I didn't realize this until recently. I clicked on my YouTube Premium movies page. There's so many fucking movies and shows I can watch. I was looking for a show I wanted to watch, or a movie I wanted to watch the other day, and I couldn't find a streaming service to watch it on until I realized it was on YouTube Premium, and I was like, wait, I have YouTube Premium. And I was able to watch it there. So, you can use it as a substitute. YouTube Premium has movies, and they are absolutely planning to dominate that market. You better fucking believe Google wants to try to make YouTube the place people go to for all forms of video watching. They're trying to beat Twitch, too.
Reminds me a bit of the Netflix thing. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if some of the folks at Google maybe even looked at Netflix, saw how this panned out, and it gave them a little bit of encouragement that, hey, even if our data is showing one thing, also here's a case study that we can look at, and it actually worked favorably for them in that we can, hit some pain points a bit more.
YouTube Premium has a massive marketing problem. If YouTube was more open with what you could do with Premium outside of just no ads and turning off your phone screen, people would be more receptive. Yeah, I agree. Yep. A lot of people just think YouTube Premium lets you maybe download videos, turn off your phone screen while listening to a video, or not having ads. But the amount of extra features they've been adding, And they're expanding it. Like, YouTube has been consistently and constantly making YouTube Premium better. Every month, I'm like, whoa, that's cool, because they've added a new neat thing YouTube Premium has. The money that I pay for YouTube Premium becomes more worth it every passing month. That is a good thing.
For our users in blocking their ad block, and they'll still stay on the platform because there really aren't other competitors. And look, if you are very upset about not being able to use ad blocker, you can try to find video elsewhere, right? There just, again, isn't really much else to go to. If YouTube makes changes draconian enough that it drives enough users off of the site, they will see...
And rest assured, if any competitor ever manages by some miracle to compete with YouTube legitimately, it will inevitably end up where YouTube is now. This is the, like, final state, like the final evolution of corporations online.
A negative results in their data, and they will probably make changes accordingly, or otherwise they will open an opportunity for a competitor to come in. So those are all possibilities, but they've determined that the upside is better than the downside in what they're doing, and that's why it's gone this way. So all that said, I try not to let my bias impact what I was saying here. Again, I obviously like it when people watch ads or have YouTube Premium, especially YouTube Premium. It is like a very small subset of the YouTube user base, but it accounts for a much, much more outsized portion of a channel's revenue, especially on a channel that has longer videos, like my second channel with the stream VOD.
Same.
But I'm not here again to shame people who use ad blocker. If you want to do that and you want to now try to play that whack-a-mole game, then more power to you.
I really like Captain Sparkles. He's obviously one of the best Minecraft YouTubers that ever was, period. There is no debate. There simply is not. I think he actually is the best Minecraft YouTuber. I'm just going to say that. Like, think about how many big Minecraft YouTubers there are. He is still around. He is still as charming and entertaining and fun as he always was. He is humble as fuck despite living in a very, very big mansion. He's like just a very chill dude. And on top of that, and this matters when we're talking Minecraft YouTubers, as far as we can tell, he has not raped a single kid. And that's fucking impressive. For a YouTuber that's been a big Minecraft YouTuber we've known and loved since many of us, for me, were 10. That's a big deal. That's a big bonus. So yeah, the fact that he also has a good take on this made me really happy. I was very happy watching this video when I saw it, and I thought it'd be good to go over it and sort of have his video as a sort of a basis for me to make my argument on top of, you know? So yeah. Also, password time. Because I know for a fact a ton of people are going to hate comment on this video, because I always get a lot of hate whenever I express my take on this issue. And I want to see how many people just don't watch the whole video, hear my whole argument and all the information behind it, and just leave their hate comment. If you don't leave the term LFG space one more DM. It stands for looking for one more, or looking for group one more dead minds, or looking for group dead minds. How about that? LFG space DM. It's a WoW reference. LFG DM. Just that. And there's a space in between. I'll type it. Looking for group dead. DM means dire mall. I know, but when you're typing it in the Westfall chat, people just know it means dead mines, so you can use DM there and it's fine. Trust me. I know. I played a lot of Classic, okay? If you're in Barrens, then people know it means dire mall. And if you're in fucking Westfall, people know it means dead mines, okay? People are very aware, alright? People figured that out a long time ago, and people just kind of intuit that. Anyway, there's no Barrens chat in Westfall. Not Barrens chat, Westfall chat. I'm stoned right now. Why are you nitpicking what I say? Why are you doing this? Why do you torture me this way? I genuinely hate all of you. I really do. I hate all of you. That is my final statement for this segment. It's fun to bully you. I genuinely hate all of you. I do. Not all of you. Some of you guys are okay. I like a pillow and heavy Gretel at least. Love you too, asshole. Xanderhole, you are right though. Small channels are ballooning. I've jumped 300 subs in almost 2 weeks, almost at 5K. No, YouTube's changes as of late have been very positive. Very, very positive. I've seen, like, especially lately, small channels getting recommended to me, like, with very, very few views. But I click on the video and it's like, wow, this is like a hidden gem. YouTube was right. I do like this. Yeah, FF14 does have a cash shop. A lot of the hate WoW gets is actually really hypocritical and baseless. People aren't ready for that conversation yet. I am actually, like, so base that people... Like, I've always gotten hate for having, like, too based and correct of a take before it's popular to be right on that, like, position. That's just how I am. One day, I am... Basically, every take I have is the definition of that, like, one scene from Back to the Future where Marty McFly, like, busts out a rock solo on the electric guitar at the prom, and then everyone in the crowd's, like, confused as fuck, and he says, okay, you guys aren't ready for that, but your kids are gonna love it. That's basically all of my takes. Fortnite, I'm going to ban you if you don't stop. I don't know why you're spamming just random bullshit in chat, but why do I have to ban so many people today? What is happening? Is it like a full moon or something? Is the autism, like, reaching, like, critical levels? What's going on? What is happening? Also, at Xander Hall, Miley fucking won? Who? What? I don't know what you're talking about, Apillo. Who's Miley? Who won what? I haven't been following any elections. I'm sorry. I've been so fucking busy. Which election? Please. Fill me in. I love being a political streamer and not knowing what elections are going down right now because I'm so fucking busy. Stream is freaking out? Is the stream okay? Okay, I'm getting trolled. I'm getting trolled by a pillow here. I'll just Google. Argentine economist, author, Sarah's Argentina. Okay. So I guess, like, based or not based? Right-wing populist wins Argentina's presidency. That doesn't sound based. But why celebrate that? That's bad. Yeah, Javier Milei crushes Argentine left, becomes world's first libertarian. Yeah. He wants to legalize selling organs. Yeah, no, that's not good. That's not worth celebrating. That guy's crazy. I literally just learned who this guy is. And I could already tell he's fucking crazy. Oh my god, look at this fucking psycho. Oh my god, we found Jack the Ripper. Guys, the mystery's solved. We found him. Mystery solved. We got him. That's him. Yeah, we got him. It's fucking, that's him. That is a striking shot for shot, 1-to-1, perfect Jack the Ripper. They should honestly just hire him for playing that character in every movie that they cast for that. Yeah, Victorian serial killer sideburns. Larry Banks 78, thank you so much for the tier 3 sub. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I assume that was a 1-monther. Let me know if I was wrong, though. I don't want to undercredit you, my friend. Gifted me $20. How amazing. Thank you. I love you. It's so kind. Said, yeah, you're right, as I still see people going on that Netflix and Disney Plus are failing, but if you look at their numbers, they increased when they made the change. Yep. You will see people doing the dick riding incorrect take that these unpopular changes are actually making the platform suffer. It's the same thing that the right is doing when they talk about Bud Light, like suffering from their boycotts, where it's actually not. They're literally just claiming it is. Like, they're just saying that, but reality does not reflect it. But if they just say it enough, then people will believe it, and that's all that matters. Because they don't actually care about what they're saying is happening actually really being a thing. They just care about people believing it, thinking that they're on the winning team and, you know, believing what they believe. XLR, thank you for the tier 2 gifted sub to Trans Girl Jade. I really appreciate it. Very kind of you. Thank you for the $10 e-dues. And I hope Trans Girl Jade appreciates that. Says, become the purple you are meant to be. I release you from the white name curse. Very based. Thank you. Dude, I still can't get over the fact that my very close friend Ethan, who is colorblind, sees blue as, or purple as fucking blue. Ethan sees the purple in the purple names in chat as the same color as the blue names. Like, the blue and purple names are practically the same color to him. Slightly different, like, shade. That is crazy. He has dog vision, yes. That is exactly how he describes it. He says, I have dog vision, but worse is how he describes it. He literally refers to it as dog vision. No, he's not. Well, Avalon of Babylon, what is up with you? Why are you being so rude today? Am I have to take your mod away? Orther's Dork, thank you for the tier 1 consent to Fortnite. I appreciate it. Very kind of you. Thank you for the 5 buccarinos. Said, I'm cleaning, painting, and crocheting intermittently while listening to stream. Love y'all. Heart, heart, heart. Oh, thank you. I really appreciate it. Very based and pog of you. Says, I hope Fortnite appreciates it. Thank you so much. I certainly do. I'm not colorblind, but I'm jealous of animals that can see more colors than me. Yeah, mantis shrimps are very, very based. They can see a lot of cool stuff, and I'm jealous of them. I want mantis shrimp eyes. All right. Hold on a sec. I'm preparing a good meme. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. I cannot believe that I am here today talking about what I'm about to talk about. She's back. She's back. It's her. Fucking Colleen Ballinger, dude. Fucking ukulele lady. The lady who sung that fucking ukulele song that only recently got out of our heads. You see, for those of you guys who have not been caught up on what happened, this is Colleen Ballinger. Also, what was her YouTuber name? I forget what she used to go by. Miranda Sings. It was Miranda Sings, right? I never liked her, okay? I really never liked her. She is possibly one of the most annoying YouTubers there ever was. Even when I was like 10, I hated her content, okay? I just could not stand her. Her content was not targeted at my demographic, to say the least. And I never was a fan of her, never enjoyed her, always found her annoying. With that in mind, when this all came forward, that she had supposedly groomed minors, had been like sexually explicit with minor fans, and like also I think there was accusations of like abuse or something. It was so much shit. Her reputation basically went down the toilet overnight. Like, she became a meme very quickly, and everybody started dunking on her. So she made this video where she just played the ukulele and sung a song where she was playing the victim and like attacking people who like were concerned about her having allegedly groomed children. And when people responded to that video, because it was like such horrible, like it was so awful, like everybody had to respond to it, right? She then copyright claimed people's responses to her music video / like response to the drama, and then farmed the ad revenue from everyone's response videos, and then, as far as we knew, dipped out, just fucked off back to her home planet. However, as it seems, she has returned, and she's made a video simply called Fall Vlog. I don't even know what she says here, what happens. I've been sent this, and I swear YouTube has moved around the position of the speed button and the subtitles button. I actually haven't seen this yet. All I know is that she has returned, and that's it. She's back.
Hello, everybody. Sorry I've been gone for so long. I've really missed this. I've missed talking to everyone every single day. Obviously, the last video that I posted on here, it's really embarrassing, to say the least. I was being accused of some pretty awful things, and I just was mad, and I should have handled that situation with maturity and empathy, but instead I just let my ego take over, and I'm really disappointed in myself. So, here's what I want to say today. Over the last 15 years of my career, there have been moments where I was immature and inappropriate with some of my comedy, and there were times when I did not put enough thought.
Oh, for those who don't know, she brought a 16-year-old girl up on stage during a live like event she did, like a fan meetup type thing, and like made her twerk, like pressured her into twerking. The girl didn't want to. Made like the 16-year-old girl twerk and like spread her legs or some shit like that. Something like, just, it was some dancer or something that was like not the kind of thing you should make a minor do. And then I believe there was a wardrobe malfunction. I may be thinking of something else, but I'm pretty certain there was like a bad wardrobe malfunction because of it. And it ended up being really embarrassing and bad. Stuff like that happened multiple times. Yeah. So like, that's not even like part of the whole like she's supposedly grooming kids thing. That's just a thing that she would do that is public that you just cannot argue she never did. Like, there's just no ambiguity to it. There's video of that happening, presumably. Like, this happened at a live event.
Into some of my fan interactions.
She sent underwear to a teenage fan.
And because of that behavior, people got hurt. And I am so sorry. I never wanted to hurt anybody, but it's clear that I did, and I feel so terrible about that. I also feel like there's probably people who are disappointed or feel abandoned by me because of my silence over the last few months. And I'm so sorry about that as well. I needed to take time to make sure I was listening and learning as much as possible. And I also needed to get the help that I needed to be okay.
Remember in the original video when she says, my lawyers said not to say anything, but they didn't say anything about singing? Like, she already said that she had lawyers. We know that she has a PR team and that she's taken months and months and months and months to craft a perfect, well, what she views as a perfect response. No, I hope nobody will actually fall for it and view this as genuine. No one's actually, like, falling for it and viewing this as genuine, right?
I'm a mom first and foremost before anything else, and
that's unsettling. You guys didn't expect me to say something about MILFs, did you? Come on, get your heads out of the gutter.
I needed to take care of my kids, so that's where I've been, and but I'm back and I'm here now, and I am not a perfect person, and there are plenty of things in my past that I wish I could go back and redo and fix and change. I don't have control over any of that, and I don't have control over the things people say about me. I only have control over my actions moving forward. And so I'm going to do everything that I can to make sure that I create a positive, kind, inclusive, safe space online with my content. And if you want to be a part of my journey online, I would love to have you, and if not, I completely understand.
Dude, I hate that when women are predators and they get outed as predators, they always resort to some, like, faux progressive, faux feminist, faux left-wing, like sympathy garnering, playing the victim bullshit. Women who are predators almost always try to appeal to the left to defend them. And it's so destructive for the left. It's so destructive for the left. God forbid anyone on the left actually accepts it. Have you guys noticed this, right? Like, whenever there's a woman who gets outed as some kind of predator or abuser, she tries to, like, appeal to the left in some way. Tries to call out anyone criticizing her as, like, sexist incels or something to try to get, like, people on the left and feminists to defend for her. Even though it's not incels or sexist attacking her, but instead people, like, rightfully criticizing her. It's a really big problem. I talked about it earlier in the stream with the Blair Illuminati segment.
Understand. I do not expect anyone to welcome me back with open arms. I don't expect to change anyone's mind with this video. I just wanted to come on here and say that I'm sorry, and I wanted to try to show people that it's possible for someone to grow and learn and be better after making mistakes many, many years ago. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to try to vlog again, and today I'm just going to film my day and share some simple, happy moments. And
oh, is she really? Oh, yeah, this is as loud as I can get it. Dude, so she's just made a video where she's announcing she's coming back. Like, there's no... So she's literally just repeated the same explanation she gave in her ukulele song video, which was, I was young and immature when I was 30 years old and sent panties to a teenager. What? Dog. No. You can't do the I was young and immature thing when you were young and immature at 30 years old, okay? And the victims in question are teens. Like, you can't do that. That doesn't work. Doesn't work that way. That's full grown. I'm 24, and I'm pretty sure doesn't fly even for a 24-year-old, much less a 30-year-old, even a 21-year-old. There have been 20-year-olds who've gotten canceled for this kind of shit. Like, it's surprising, though, that Colleen Ballinger still has a YouTube. It's clear that YouTube does not give a fuck about, like, when large, successful women on their platform do bad shit. From Sniper Wolf to Colleen Ballinger, the fact that YouTube so badly wants to have large female figures that are successful on their platform for the sake of their virtue signaling is really destructive when said female figures are really bad for the platform on an objective level. Really big problem. And it gives the right a lot of ammo gives the right just a ton of ammo when they can point to woke companies like YouTube not being willing to ban Colleen Ballinger, someone who's allegedly a child predator, and Sniper Wolf, who's like a massive content thief.
Start the process of starting over. And I know it's going to be awkward and clunky at first as I try to get back into the swing of things, but I'm going to try. So that's what I'm going to do.
She has returned.
Thank you for listening, and thank you to anyone who supported me in any capacity over the last 15 years. I really, really appreciated it. But yeah, let's get started with the day and see what happens, I guess. I honestly do not know how to transition from this conversation into a vlog, but...
Oh, she's actually going to just do a... Do we watch it? Guys, do we watch the vlog? Do we just straight up just watch her vlog? Why doesn't YouTube push more good female creators? YouTube doesn't push anybody in particular. YouTube will virtue signal about certain creators who are large, but who gets big on the platform, who gets pushed, is based entirely on the algorithm. And the algorithm pushes... All right. As far as the current research, mostly done by Mr. Beast's team that researches the algorithm, has found, how the algorithm works is, in a very simplified way, is let's say I upload a YouTube video. A very small portion of my subscribers that are based on YouTube's knowledge of previously watched content that are most likely to be interested in that specific video will exclusively be notified I've uploaded. If you wonder why a lot of you don't get notified when I upload or when I go live, it's because YouTube doesn't think that even though you're subbed to me, even though you've got the bell icon rung, that the topics I'm covering are going to be interesting to you based on previous things you've watched from me and other YouTubers. So they don't recommend it. They recommend you other YouTubers who've made videos that you're more likely to be interested in instead of my stream or my video. And when they do recommend my video, they recommend it to people in my sub base that are most likely, based on YouTube's data, to click it. Now, if those people who have been notified by YouTube, if a high percentage of those people who see my video proceed to click the video after seeing the thumbnail, YouTube will see that as a high impression rate, as in or a high clicks per impression, CPI. That means that for every impression, each view of the video being like in someone's recommended that happens, it actually successfully gets clicked on and watched. Then from there, YouTube accounts for engagement. How many of those viewers then proceed to leave a like or a comment? And then if it's a high rate of like engagement and viewership and CPI at that first initial level of the video going up and getting recommended to subs, then from there, the algorithm starts recommending it to way more of your subscribers. If it takes off within your own subscription base, then it has way more likelihood of going viral, for lack of a better term, and YouTube pushing it to far more brand new viewers who don't know who you are, who have a decent likelihood of enjoying your content based on the data YouTube has. That is how it works. Like, just for those that don't know how the algorithm works, little lesson. There you go. That's how we understand it. Anyway, I mean, we might as well watch at least a decent bit of this vlog and make fun of it, I guess. We'll see if it's funny or interesting.
Let's try. Where do I even begin? So much has happened since the last time I vlogged. I mean, if I'm being completely honest, the majority of the last few months has just been spent in therapy. But other than that, the twins just turned 2, which is wild. Flynn's gonna be 5 soon. They had a really fun Halloween, and we actually still have some Halloween decorations up, so I'll have to show you some of those. I usually have already decorated for Christmas completely by this point, but I'm a little...
Oh, wait, hold on. God, I hate ADHD. I just remembered why I was explaining the YouTube algorithm. Okay, the reason I was explaining the YouTube algorithm was in response to a question about why YouTube doesn't push more female creators. So YouTube, that is how the YouTube algorithm works, right? With that in mind, who succeeds is entirely based on who games that algorithm the most successfully. It is not a merit-based system. It is not a moral system. Plenty of awful people, plenty of shit rises to the top, right? And because of that, and because the fact that the system is so easily exploitable, the people who are at the top have a high likelihood of being pretty awful, click farming, grifting, clout chasing scam artists, for lack of any other descriptions that more accurately describe these people. There's no guarantee that just because someone is a massive YouTuber and a woman, that they're going to be a good representation of female success on YouTube. The problem is YouTube doesn't really care and just wants to be able to point to a massive sub count next to a female creator and say, look at this female success story on our platform. That it's good marketing. That's all they care about.
Late to that this year. I think the last time I vlogged, we had just gotten 4 of our chickens. They were little baby chicks, and now obviously they're full-grown hens. And if...
Okay, I'm sorry. It's already boring. It's already boring. It's already gotten boring. Jesus Christ. Oh no, this already has... This is on her second channel. This is on her vlog channel. It already has 708,000 views in a day. 38,000 likes. Mostly positive comments. I'm glad this is from a literal child, you can tell by the profile picture. I'm glad you're back. I missed you so much. Did not expect this. Missed you and the kiddos. Glad you're here. 15 years. I've only commented a few times today. It's like reuniting with a friend. Big hug, Colleen. This was not what I was expecting this month. I was actually just thinking about you with the twins and your birthdays. I'm so happy you're doing better. It's actually a mix of children and moms commenting on this shit, who honestly probably don't even know the actual things she's been accused of, because if you haven't noticed, she's been really careful to not even actually platform or describe the actual accusations. She's only vaguely referred to them in her non-apologies, so that her, like, very much not tapped into the community that's talking about this audience will remain blissfully unaware and just assume she's the victim of, like, a massive harassment mob that exists for no reason. Xander Hall, I saw a tweet that more or less shows evidence that Colleen's going through her comments. Oh yeah, I'm sure she's also deleting hate comments and you know, curating them too. Yeah. I have the return dislikes extension, and it says there are 89,000 dislikes. Woo! Well, there you go. I guess there's a fair amount of pushback to her return. I can at least say it's not like she's getting away with this scot-free. At least we can say that. This will follow her forever on the platform, and it's a question as to whether or not YouTube actually does something about it. What do you guys think of that segment? I feel like it came out pretty good. I feel like it's pretty solid. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1. Action. Alright, everybody. This drama is interesting. Now, I assume I don't need to give much introduction to the content creator that is the main focus of all of this, but I will anyway because that's what YouTubers are supposed to do, and it feels wrong if I don't. Like, it actually does. Pokimane. One of, if not the largest female streamers on all of Twitch. One of the largest female content creators in all of YouTube. I have mixed opinions on her, to say the least. For those that don't know, she mostly does gaming content, fair amount of IRL content. She's a cute girl. She seems like she's smart, and stuff. I don't really watch her content. A lot of people enjoy her stuff. She's got a big fan base. But she's also fairly maligned online. A lot of people do not like her fans. Not because her fan base has a bad reputation or anything. For the size of her fan base, there isn't actually any negative reputation I've heard around her fans, other than the claim that they're simps, right? Like the whole, like, you're a tier 3 sub or whatever thing. But overall, there's not really much that I have seen that bothers me about her as a content creator. The issue is, Pokimane has a problem when it comes to dealing with criticism. And we're going to get into that a little more in a moment, but I want to give you guys a little background that I think is important for establishing that this is a pattern. So, Pokimane has had a fair amount of drama in the past, and if I'm going to be completely honest with you, and I know I'll get a lot of hate for saying this, most of the drama is because she's a woman, okay? The vast majority of things that Pokimane has gotten shit for or canceled for are things that a man could get away with very easily. No one would bat an eye. It wouldn't be a thing. But because she is a woman and has so much attention, it becomes discourse. Like, a lot of drama that happens around her is just that, right? That is just very cut and dry, straightforward. That is what it is, right? However, there have actually been some decently valid criticisms of Pokimane over the years and dramas that have popped up around her. The problem is it always tends to be because of something she did in response to invalid criticism. The first example that comes to mind, now granted I'm not super tapped into all of this, the first example that comes to mind is when she copyright claimed or copyright striked Bo Blacks. Now, whether or not you like Bo Blacks, I know many of you guys don't like Bo Blacks. He made a video responding or covering Pokimane, and she DMCA'd him. And it was like straight up just fair use. It was a false DMCA. And her story on why it happened was like very back and forth. She eventually apologized, but then insulted. It was very, very poorly handled. And, granted, Bo Blacks was shitting on her for, you know, very bad reasons initially in the video, but her DMCA was false, and I don't like that kind of stuff. You objectively can't defend that type of behavior. False DMCAs on the platform. And to be fair, a lot of drama that she's faced is stuff like what happened with Keemstar, where Keemstar just like randomly tweeted Pokimane is a 2 out of 10, like in regards to appearance, and that was like the entire internet started like spamming 2 out of 10 in her replies, and like if she replied to it in an angry or upset way, then people would shit on her for it. She has gotten a lot of unwarranted hate. That is just objectively the case. However, she's also gotten some warranted hate. You know what I also remember? There was this massive saga of drama I remember covering back in like 2020, where between her and there was a guy in OTK, or not OTK, that's Asmongold's thing, in their group. What is their group called? I forget what it's called. Their little, like, YouTuber streamer group. Offline TV, maybe? I think it's Offline TV, yeah. Their Offline TV brand and everything. Like, there was some guy in their like Offline TV group or brand that there was like drama with a while ago, and it's this big fucking saga, and there was like DMs getting leaked, and it was this big back and forth, and every response was like, oh my god, the guy is right, oh my god, Pokey is right, oh my god, the guy was actually right, and Pokey is evil for having tricked us, oh wait, Pokey was right the whole time, the guy is evil for having us like not believed her. It's like, it was just this whole back and forth. I don't think it was Fedmeister, I think it was like who was it? Fuck, what was the... Let me look it up. Oh, it was Fedmeister. The Pokimane leading Fedmeister on drama. Yeah, that shit was crazy, dude. The amount of back and forth there. It definitely seems like Pokimane, from what I remember of that drama, was maybe a little in the wrong there. And I remember feeling as though my opinion of her was permanently changed by that. Like, there was some iffy stuff that came out of it, on both ends, to be fair, from Fedmeister and Poki. But, yeah. My point being, she is a very controversial figure. Pokimane is a very, very controversial figure. I simply cannot stress enough how controversial she is, how mixed the internet's opinions of her are. Which is why you can probably guess what the internet's reaction was when this announcement came out. From Pokimane. It's finally here. Introducing my new company, Mina Snacks. Mina? I don't know. I could never find the perfect healthy snack that tasted good, so I made one for us. The Midnight Mini Cookies are made with real non-GMO ingredients plus added vitamin C. Alright, you know what no one is talking about here? The real criticism of Pokimane's tweet here? The non-GMO thing. Her unironically playing into people's fear-mongering about GMO ingredients. Genetically modified, like, shit. GMO shit is fine. GMO is based. The actual cringe shit here is her, like, actually playing into that fear-mongering. I don't like that. Not a big fan of that. Booba cookies. Anyway, so basically, gonna be real. White chocolate's not my thing. I probably wouldn't like these very much. Maybe I'll try them someday if I get the opportunity to try them and I don't have to pay for them. Like, I don't know. I don't really spend money on this kind of thing. But if I ever get the opportunity to try them, I definitely will. They look like they could be nice. And according to the ingredients list, they are actually quite healthy. So that's nice. Here's the thing, though. She's Pokimane, so very quickly people started to shit on her. Notably because the price. People found that there was a... Here, let me bring it up. People found that there was a similar thing, a Midnight Mini Cookie, available in stores that is significantly cheaper than the $17 per bag she was charging for hers, but Pokimane made a tweet response where she tweeted, "There's been some confusion about the product I launched, and I'm here to set the record straight." And she released a bit of a twit-longer type thing. The batch of Mina cookies we're currently shipping were made 3 weeks ago. They are not a drop-shipped product, and we own our formula. The cookies they are being compared to were also made by our manufacturer, Creation Foods, which specializes in healthy food. The compared cookies had one test batch sold before they were retired. Months later, we partnered with Creation Foods and fell in love with the flavor profile of the Midnight Cookie. We then decided to work together to refine and improve the formula, and we're really happy with the final product. While the ingredients list may look similar, they are entirely different in terms of ingredient quality, quantity/ratios, sourcing, the size/texture of the cookie, and of course the added vitamin D. Refining the formulas is a very common practice in the food industry, plus around 70 to 80% of foods you see in grocery stores are white labeled. While everything she says there is true, it was definitely jarring to see that the label on, like, the ingredients list on her cookie and the one that's in the stores was exactly the same besides the added vitamin D. And to be fair, she also adds, pricing. Making a healthy and quality snack with real gluten-free ingredients and added vitamins. So gluten-free for a lot of people is just a shitty food trend, but there are a lot of people with celiac disease that can't eat gluten. They can't process it, so that's fair. And added vitamins is not a cheap practice. If you've been following me for some time, you know I rarely take sponsorships because I try to be mindful of promoting or endorsing products. She did okay. This is something I can say about Pokimane that is unprecedented for content creators. She literally locked her subs a while ago. Like, she locked her income. Like, she doesn't take sponsorships and hasn't for a long time, and she locked her income so people couldn't give her more money. She literally made it so there was a limit on how much money she could make from people supporting her. This is a while ago, and she's done it, and she's kept that up this entire time. It's been going for a while. She did this. She has actively chosen to significantly limit the amount of money she makes because she just doesn't need it. That is a level of walking the walk that is scarce in the streamer space. Hassan would certainly never do something like that. Never in a million years would Hassan do what Pokimane did there. Pretty respectable. Oh, my lights just shut off because the timer ran out. Hold on. There we go. It's always so, like, such a jump scare when that happens, like, in the middle of the night. Like, really immersed in a game, and it just suddenly cuts to black. I'm like, what? Did the power go out? And I'm like, oh, wait. I just gotta turn the lights back on. Anyway, yeah, so, like, considering she's walked the walk in that respect, I believe her. I do believe her to an extent. Here we go. I cap my donations, and frankly, if I wanted a cash grab, it'd be silly to do that through a startup because they're extremely unlikely to profit in the first few years. Plus, any profits we make go directly back into creating more quality products. I'm inclined to believe her here, to be completely honest. I am inclined to believe her. I genuinely am. Doing this whole startup thing that she's done here is not in any way, shape, or form guaranteed to be a good business decision. It is actually a pretty dumb business decision, especially when she is on top of that capping her income. Capping her donos, subs, and donations and stuff. Like, that is actually pretty believable. Look at, like, Feastables, too, by the way. Like, listen, I've had Mr. Beast Burger, and I've eaten Feastables. One, they are, like, mid-tier fast food and mid-tier chocolate in terms of flavor. I'm sorry, it's my opinion. And they are also fairly overpriced. The name is what you're paying for in a fair amount of the price. No one's giving Mr. Beast for this. Giving Mr. Beast shit for this. Or sorry, no one's giving Mr. Beast for this. No one's giving Mr. Beast shit for this. Anyone who were to give Mr. Beast shit for this would have a nuclear orbital strike fall on them from the rest of the internet. There'd be a million copium-based excuses. I do think that this is pretty reasonable. I think it's fair to believe that Pokimane probably, like, had some dream of making a healthy snack food company. And she has the money to afford this failing. I'm sure she hopes it succeeds and she makes a lot of money off of it and ends up being a big, like, food empire. But I do actually believe that this isn't just a cash grab scam. If she wanted more money, she would uncap her donations. She would have never capped them in the first place. Yeah, like, we're not talking about Amaranth here, who's literally making pussy beer. Hold on. Amaranth. Amaranth vagina beer. You guys know who Amaranth is, right? This lady? She's a big Twitch streamer, big booby streamer, also big on OnlyFans. She's been around for a long time. Twitch star making beer with her own vaginal yeast. Quote, they'll probably drink it. At Yeast, it's all natural. Caitlin Siragusa, who goes by Amaranth on Twitch and OnlyFans, is adding her own special ingredient to a beer she's creating with Polish beer company The Order of Yonis, her own vaginal yeast. The company, which announced the collaboration on October 30th, promotes alcoholic beverages as a sensual experience in the form of beer. Each drink consists of lactic acid from vaginal bacteria to bring pleasure to every sip, the site reads. That's the kind of shit people need. Like, people are reacting to it like it's that, dude. Why are people reacting to these cookies like it's that? Why are people reacting to it like it's... Hold on. Why are people reacting to it like it's, Gwyneth Paltrow's candles? Why is Gwyneth Paltrow selling a candle that, quote, smells like her vagina? Truly, has any vagina ever been as fruitful as Gwyneth Paltrow's? It has birthed discussions of vaginal steaming, vaginal jade eggs, $15,000 dildos, something called sex dust, and a photo of Gwyneth standing in a giant vagina to advertise some inevitable Netflix documentary / reality TV series crossover. Because Gwyneth no longer has just her head up her vagina, she has crawled all the way inside. That is a good starter to the Guardian headline. That's very good. Yeah, like we really are. Like, we really are kind of, like, overreacting here, I feel. But, here's the thing. I think if Pokimane had left it at that response, she would have solidly won this entire thing. Just purely, solidly, and in my opinion, inarguably won this entire drama. She would have responded to all of the bullshit arguments that were being made about overpricing, about it being a copy of another brand. She responded to everything, and her responses were perfect. She debunked the accusations of her being money, like just cash grabbing, the claim that she was stealing another product, and the claim that they were overpriced. Because there were actually 3 packs in one bag. That's why they were $14 per bag, is it was actually 3 bags per bag. So you're getting 3 times the cookie for, like 2.5 times the price. It is actually much more worth it. It was actually a markdown. So with that in mind, if she just left it there, I think Pokimane would have absolutely taken the W. Here's the thing, though. Just like with the Fedmeister drama, she has this problem of responding off the cuff on stream. And it has historically never gone well for her. And it didn't go well for her this time. This clip came out today, and it is what everybody is talking about right now. This is a quote tweet that says, when it's estimated 75% of Americans are living paycheck to paycheck, this really just feels so distasteful. This is in response to what Pokimane said on stream, responding to the hate that she's been getting. Like I said, if she just left it at her tweet response, she would have won.
When people are like, oh my god, $28 for cookies? It's 4 bags. That's $7 a bag. I know,
4 bags,
I
sorry.
know math is hard when you're an idiot, but like if you're a broke boy, just say so. Anyways, when people...
So she got clipped. Clipped by Keemstar. Yes, she got clipped by Keemstar. And the clip from Keemstar is currently sitting at 21,000 likes and 20 million views. Granted, views on Twitter are fake, but that's still a lot. No doubt that actually engage with this. And yeah, she kind of just gave herself the L by responding like that. I don't know if you guys remember, but this has been very evocative to a lot of people of this. A lot of people are comparing it to this.
$5 a month.
Fucking true. A lot of people are comparing it to that. The fucking $5 a month meme. The classic. A lot of this is the fact that a woman dared to slip up with her wording on stream. Let's be real. A lot of this is that a woman dared to slip up with her wording on stream. But also, she really could have just taken the W if she didn't respond live. I get why she wanted to have like an epic dunk, but she really shouldn't have said that. When you're sitting in a very, very wealthy setup, and you're very wealthy, when you've got the things that she has, you can't shame people for being poor and expect people not to give you shit about it, especially when she has so many times in the past made commentary on the financial position of lower income people. So the fact that she's made an insult where the insult itself is just, you are poor, lol. When you've tried to present yourself as like at least a somewhat pro-working class, like progressive leaning person in the past, and you've made you insult people by saying you're poor. That's a yikes from me, dog. That doesn't fly, you know? That's not gonna fly well, at least with me and a lot of people. It's not a good look. It's not a good look. Anyway, guys. What do you guys think of that segment? I feel like it came out pretty good. I'm glad you guys liked. Alright, guys. I've got one more segment planned for today. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Oh boy, everybody. The Sonic fans in chat are gonna be mad about this one. Workers accuse Sega of threatening mass layoffs over unionizing. The Sonic publisher has been hit with an unfair labor practice complaint. Workers at Sega of America say the publisher behind Persona, Yakuza, and more beloved gaming franchises is trying to lay them off as retaliation for unionizing. A new unfair labor practice filed by the Communications Workers of America accuses Sega of forcing employees into meeting where they were told their jobs would be offshored to Japan and Europe, rather than bargaining over the layoffs directly with the union. On November 6th, Sega delivered a proposal to phase out all temporary workers on February 2024, many of which are in quality assurance and localization, to the Allied Employees Guild Improving Sega, Aegis CWA. The union, which formed earlier this year, currently represents over 200 employees across marketing, sales, product development, and other departments. The layoffs would impact 40% of the group, or roughly 80 unionized employees total. Instead of bargaining from the union over the changes, however, Sega proceeded to deliver the news directly to employees in a required meeting, potentially violating rules against companies negotiating directly with unionized employees instead of with their union. Woo! So they're just straight up breaking the rules here. Sega's just straight up breaking the rules here, and I feel like this is a perfect area to talk about the gaming industry and the problems that it faces. Alright, so it's no secret, it's no surprise that right now, a sizable amount of gaming content online right now, like gaming news and commentary content, is about the gaming industry and how bad it is right now. Like, sure, you get the occasional gem that everybody dick rides as being, like, a golden, amazing, great thing like Elden Ring or Baldur's Gate 3, but for the most part, most gaming content that talks about gaming is negative. Positivity doesn't sell. Every once in a blue moon, a game so popular and beloved comes out that you can actually clickbait off of, and get a lot of view and farm views off of positive content for once, but for the most part, if you look up pretty much any content that's supposed to be live update, like commentary or news about a game, it's almost all negative. Even if it's not really much worth complaining about, they find a reason to complain because they've got to get their videos out. And negativity garners clicks. The WoW community, I think, has suffered from this spectacularly. And one of the biggest symptoms, one of the biggest effects of this trend that I've noticed is some awful opinions about the actual issues that are creating the problems in the gaming industry that have been coming out of gamers. Have you guys noticed lately that more than ever, devs are being referred to as the ones at fault when a game has a problem? A good example of this is how people celebrated when the Gollum dev team, the Lord of the Rings Gollum dev team, got fired. Let me see if I can find a good example. Yep, here you go. Here's a video that came up in my recommended recently from Asmongold. The thumbnail is Asmongold laughing, like laughing hysterically at a picture of Gollum, as it says, Gollum Game Studio shuts down. At least on the surface, it seems to be celebrating that a shit ton of employees lost their jobs. A bunch of devs lost their jobs because some fucking publisher, fat cat CEOs, forced them to make a shitty game with crunch time, no funding, and on a horrible, awful premise. Well, in the thumbnail, he's going like... So, I mean, I assume he's laughing, not head in hands. But yeah, I've noticed this sentiment, and Asmongold is a very good example of this sentiment. Link related.
Alright, sir.
Yeah, like... the Dubus Goobus video is funny, but it's just joking about the Gollum game being bad. I'm talking about people who don't just talk about, like, insert game is bad and talk about, like, something negative in regards to it. I'm talking about the actual, like, hate boner that has started to grow within the gaming community for devs. The assumption that when there is a problem, it is the developer's fault. It is especially, I've noticed, true when it comes to game writing and the writers of games. Have you guys noticed that more so than ever, calling for the firing of writers in games has become enormously acceptable in the gaming community? Calling for writers to be fired, minimum wage, like, writers. A lot of these same people are also against the SAG-AFTRA strikers, obviously, or were. It's so interesting to me how we went from, it feels like, back in like 2014, when we really started to see loot boxes and a lot of the more disgusting gaming practices we've become used to today start to become normalized. Crunch time, DLCs that are actually just the rest of the game, so you're paying full price for an incomplete game on release, and you have to pay extra for a DLC that's actually the rest of the game. Like, that kind of thing started to become popular back in, like, 2012, 2013, 2014. People were talking about how big of a problem this was, that it was greedy corporate CEOs like Bobby Kotick who were responsible for this. One of the few content creators in this genre who still makes good content that actually points out the real root of the problem is Jim Sterling. Jimquisition. Or Stephanie Sterling, I think she goes by now. I think it's still Jimquisition, but Stephanie Sterling. Yeah, like, Stephanie Sterling makes, like, unironically, like, the only content that feels like back in the old days when people were making actually on-point criticisms of the gaming industry. You know what I mean? Good catch. Well, it's not really misgendering if she still goes by that name online, right? Like, I mean, is it really? I don't know. Anyway, with that said, I've noticed this trend and it's become really upsetting. I've noticed it especially among my own audience. So, look at Cyberpunk 2077. Personally, I'm not super enthused about the game because it wasn't what I was hoping it was going to be just on a base level. I'm definitely going to try it one day and give it a shot, but I don't know if I'm going to like it because I wasn't looking for a first-person game for starters. I was hoping for a more Grand Theft Auto in a cyberpunk world-like experience than what we ended up getting, from what I can tell. But maybe I'll end up liking it for what it is. Not, you know, I haven't played it yet, right? The problem is the game was criminally underdeveloped when it came out. It needed about a year or more left in the oven. The problem is, how would the internet have reacted to the announcement of a 1.5 year long extra delay? Not well. Not well at all. The people would not have responded well to the much needed time the game needed actually being delivered. Now, since the game's been patched and fixed, the game runs pretty well. It doesn't bug out like it used to. There's, like, you know, the problems that you probably think of that you associate with Cyberpunk are fixed now. Like 99% of the issues are fixed. There's also a massive new patch that came out recently that supposedly made the game way fucking better and, like, totally overhauled it, too. With that in mind, that's just evidence that the game needed more time in the oven. And yet, you hear people say that. Nobody disagrees that Cyberpunk needed more time in the oven. Like, no one disagrees that Cyberpunk 2077 needed more time in development, and it would be better if it had a couple more years being developed. And yet, when a game gets delayed, people scream. People complain. People claim it's in development hell. Look at Hytale. Hytale is literally... Hypixel Studios has now ballooned up to almost 200 employees working on Hytale. But because it's gotten delayed, for the sake of using the money and resources and way more employees they have working on the game now to make it even better than we were expecting when it was announced, people still complain and say it's in development hell. Even though no evidence suggests it's in development hell other than it's been delayed. People associate delays with failure of a game's development. But then they also complain when a game needed to have been delayed. And then on top of that, they complain about crunch time. So not only is it bad if a game releases too early, it's bad if it delays, and it's bad if the employees are rushed too much. And hey, guess what? If the game releases and it's bad, it's also bad that the employees didn't work hard enough. And all this criticism, more so now than ever, has been targeted at the devs, the actual people who are putting pen to paper, finger to key, making the game, not the big money men and decision makers at the top who are truly making the big decisions, and those people that are getting all the blame are just doing their job. It's the higher-ups who are making way more money and have way more power that are actually responsible for the things these people are complaining about, but they are not the ones who get the hate anymore. They are not the ones who get the complaints anymore. It's not popular to shit on a big CEO like Bobby Kotick online anymore. That's not the trend anymore. What's popular is shitting on woke, pink-haired California game devs. That's what's become popular now. Which is why you will hear absolutely no support for these Sega workers from right-wing gamer bros. Not a drop, not a whisper. Quote, "It's disheartening to see such actions from Sega, as it unmistakably demonstrates bad faith bargaining and a refusal to recognize the valuable contributions of a significant portion of our colleagues," Ellis Williker, a senior QA tester at Sega, said in a statement emailed to Kotaku. Quote, "We have filed an unfair labor practice charge to call out Sega's direct dealing with members and its breaching of the status quo by telling bargaining unit members that our jobs would be ending shortly. They literally just brought them in and said, we're firing you. Didn't even go through the union, didn't even give a fuck. Because unfortunately, if the state does not back up unions to some extent, then unions have very limited power. Like, these unions need some level of support from the state, which is why For as much as Biden's getting a lot of shit right now, and rightfully so, Biden being as pro-union as he has been with his policy making has been very good. It's actually been really good. It's been a very important step for like pro-union advocacy and like reform in this country. Just worker reform in general. Sega did not immediately respond to a request for comment. The ULP will go to the National Labor Relations Board for review, but it may not be resolved in time to prevent mass layoffs. Allied Employees Guild Improving Sega is one of the biggest unions to have formed in the video game industry so far, and is unique in encompassing employees from all different types of roles rather than being department specific. Its bargaining fight with Sega comes as big gaming publishers and studios across the industry are trying to cut costs and lay people off. Sega, you know who's not laying people off, but is in fact hiring people and growing more and more by the day? Hypixel Studios, who's making Hytale. Sega will not be allowed to get away with this unlawful behavior. We will call on the company to make all temporary employees permanent and return to the bargaining table in good faith. There is no other just alternative, Williker wrote. That's the end of the article, by the way. Yeah, I do not like seeing stuff like this, and it really upsets me when I see... it really upsets me when I see that most gaming content creators are not going to talk about this. Like, gaming content creators are not going to talk about this in any way that's actually productive or educates their audience of gamers on what the real issues harming the medium of art that they love to consume actually is. It's such a crime that an entire generation of people are coming up on YouTube watching gaming content creators that blame every problem on the gaming industry on like woke game devs. I really hope we start to see a resurgence in content creators like Stephanie Sterling, who actually focus on the real issues that are ruining the gaming industry and making our favorite franchises worse, making practices that are just downright immoral, gambling practices, for example, with loot boxes, the norm in the most popular games in the world. Why aren't those just fucking banned, for starters? There needs to be some serious reform. There really does. And it's unfortunate that the gaming community is so dominated by conservatives that there isn't really a market to talk about this type of problem in a way that actually acknowledges the issue instead of just like clickbaiting and view farming hate clicks, you know? It really upsets me. All right, everybody. I'd say that was a pretty good segment. What about you guys? Thoughts? Nice segment. Good segment. Lots of cookies today. Hell yeah. Well, all right, everybody. That is where I've pretty much got things ready to wrap up. I really do appreciate all of your kindness and all of your support today. To everybody who dropped a like, donated, subscribed, gifted a sub, whatever it may be. Even if you were just lurking in stream watching me and you didn't even say anything in chat, I really do appreciate the support. Raid President Sunday? No, President Sunday's an asshole. He shit-talked me massively before he knew that I didn't, like, when he was, like, first growing, sorry, my throat, like, is dry as fuck. When he was first growing, I guess he didn't know that I didn't know who he was or didn't have a negative opinion on him, so he went on a rant about me, like, shit-talking me, and then, like, people let him know that, like, I never said anything negative about him. Then he amended his statement and kind of like pretended to be friendly with me. But then he started jumping on the opportunity to shit talk me on some of my takes. And yeah, yeah, it's really sussy. I don't like President Sunday very much. Actual Jake was much worse to me than President Sunday, I would say. But yeah. I don't hate President Sunday or anything. It's just I don't trust him at all. I wouldn't raid him in a million years, basically. Anyway, though, I appreciate all of your support today. You guys are all very kind, very beautiful, very lovely people. I love you all so much. And as always, have a good one. I will hopefully see you all tomorrow. Doo-doo fart.